What is good? What y'all know about Robin Givens and Head of the Class? Who else was in Head of the Class? There was somebody else. Oh, Detective Torres. Wasn't he in Head of the Class?
Detective Torres was in it. Yep. No, Johnny Depp was in 21 Jump Street. I think there was a couple people in Head of the Class.
Oh man, what was that guy's name? I don't know his name. And I'm trying to think of the other show that he was on.
Robin Givens, Claude, have mercy.
That's just
so I can't. It's fun. It's
fine.
It's funny that conversation came up. There's a dude named the guy who played Eric named Brian Robbins. His name came across on a Hollywood Reporter article the other day, and I was like, Brian Robbins. Why do I know that name? Like that kid's like, I think that was the kid from like Head of the Class or something. And I pulled it up, and sure enough, he was. He's like the head of Paramount now.
Really?
He like just took over as like the CEO. I think it was Paramount. He just the CEO just stepped down. He just took over. Man, you talk about doing the business right. Skip all this acting stuff. Be the CEO of a movie company, dude. Be the CEO of a production studio, man. That's the way to go.
I'm telling you, that's what Rihanna said. Rihanna said, you can do this music if you want. I'm getting in this makeup business. I ain't never dropping another track again. I'm getting in this makeup business. Eve did the same thing. Eve got into fashion and makeup, stopped rapping, married a billionaire.
That's because
I'm out.
It's because these artists realize that there ain't no money in music. There's money in touring. Nobody want to tour.
Right.
There ain't no money in making a record.
Right. Like when you first get on, touring is fun, right? But when you've done a couple albums,
when you get grown, I
don't want to go on no tour again.
I ain't going to Stockton.
How many cities?
Sacramento.
What?
Yeah, right.
Speaking of tour, I heard today that Tiana Taylor is having a farewell tour. I think she's coming to San Francisco. I had to see Tiana Taylor. I don't know why she's giving the game up. I mean, I understand, but
shoot,
the
husband about to win Dancing with the Stars.
Yeah, he did his thing. I ended up seeing that. He did his thing. I can't dance. Little known secret about me. I'm not a dancer. I could bop. I could do some ditty. Like,
is that really a little known secret though? Like, I think by some of your freestyles, we all knew you couldn't dance.
Maybe I'm not a dance. I can't do Dancing to the Stars, but I'll a little puffy.
Take that. Oh, everybody could do the puff. Take that. Oh, no, fine.
Sometimes you really just vibing out. I'm just reading White Southwest.
Okay, real talk as we get underway here. Welcome into the September 22nd edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damon Barling. He's Kenny Caraway. Time as a king versus status as a king. When you look at the ratio, is there a more beloved Sacramento king than Iman Shumpert?
Oh, you mean pound for pound?
Like, yes, I hate it. But in this sense, yes, accurate. Pound for pound, is there a more beloved Sacramento king than Iman Shumpert?
No, because we always say he was here for like 6 months. He actually got traded the year before. So he probably got a full year with the Kings.
I mean, he was here. I remember him being here for Media Day.
He just didn't play when he got traded. He didn't play till the following year.
Yeah.
But to your point, I mean, it was still a year. It wasn't like DeMarcus was here, 8 years or something? It wasn't that. Is there a king, to your point, who was more beloved in 1 year of play?
No, I honest to God, don't think so.
No.
Like, watching the reaction to Shump on Dancing with the Stars is wild. Like, and hey, I'm part of it too. That's what King's legend. Like, let's go. You root for the King's legend.
Absolutely. Shump is my guy.
Shump feels kind of like the one that got away. He feels like you want it. Like he's the one that, like, if you could do everything all over again, you would find a way to make sure Amon Shumpert stayed a Sacramento King.
Yeah. Yeah. And the thing about that, it was also a timing thing, because from all reports, the guys, Fox, Bagley, I don't know, throw another young guy in there if you want to. That was their welcome to the NBA moment. Like, they were shell shocked by Amon being traded. They were hurt.
Right. Yeah.
Now, let's fast forward and say Amon's on this team, same scenario. He's on this team and traded away today. The Fox and these guys, they'd probably be able to shrug it off. Be like, it happens. We miss him or whatever. But they were hurt. They were hurt when Shump was, and they just didn't really recover. Remember, they got blasted that game by like 40.
Some were hurt. Some were mad. Like mad. Like, let's call some beat writers on the phone and make sure they know how angry we are.
Oh.
Yeah. I won't say any names. His last name is definitely an animal, though. I'll just say that. That's not a secret. I'm having fun. That's not a secret. Everybody knows that Amon and De'Aaron were close, and Fox was pissed. Like, everybody knows that. That's not even remotely close to a secret. But watching that night unfold was a wild experience. Like, from getting to the arena, Shump being traded, Shump was traded to the team that the Kings were playing.
Yeah.
That was the other bizarre part of it, or at least there was a trade done with the team that the Kings were playing. How did we get to Shump? Oh, we were talking about Robin Givens, Tiana Taylor, Dancing with the Stars, Amon Shumpert. See, that's why you got to tune in.
Yes, he said Robin Givens. Yes, he did say Robin Givens.
That's right. Robin Givens was a pre-show conversation over on Twitch and YouTube. Somehow Tiana Taylor came up in that conversation. I think there was Rihanna mixed in somewhere.
Oh, because
shout out to Sean Cunningham.
The guy that was on Head of the Class is the head of Paramount Music.
That's it. Now it's all coming together.
And we were like, some of these people, they make money and say, I'm never coming back. Rihanna, Eve. Still don't know how we got to Tiana Taylor.
Well, you mentioned Tiana Taylor's doing a farewell tour.
Yeah. Oh, because we said musicians don't want to tour once they've made it.
That's right. And because there's no money in it. There's money in touring. There's no money in music. Like, that's why there's been so many broke artists out there. That's why that's why what was that group called? B2K. That's why them dudes was living with each other.
Oh,
like,
man.
Look at this mansion we got. Yeah, it's like all three of y'all. It's like the label fronted you that mansion. That ain't sure. Your name is not on that note, bro.
By the way, you might want to put B2K in a box.
Oh, them too? Damn.
You hadn't heard about that? Yeah, put that.
B2K?
Put that.
Oh, wait. Box. It's coming back. Oh, yeah.
You talk about living together. Yeah, just put
hey,
that
I'm going to be honest, bro. We need a bigger box.
we need a crate.
We're going to need
a trunk.
At this rate, we're going to need a storage closet. We're going to need a full-on storage unit. We're going to have to go to the public storage or the U-Haul joint.
To completely do what we do or do what I do and not stay with the sheet that we have.
We never do.
You brought up Shump. You got to ask a question. Now, no, everybody knows. Well, maybe not everybody knows, but every time you hear me say it, I've been saying it for 2 years. Should go sign Shump. Go get him. We need him back. Bring him back. Scores on it. I want Shump today. All right. The Kings make the right move.
Letting him go?
Yeah. Trading him.
No.
You don't think so?
No.
Because here's the dirty little secret of what was going on at that particular time. It was starting to reach midnight for Shump.
Yeah. On the court. Yeah. I ain't worried about that.
He was your starter. What do you mean you're not worried about that? He was the guy who was going to play. Well, Justin James? Or Justin, what's his name? Justin Jackson?
It didn't matter. Where was that team going to go?
They were trying to go to the playoffs.
Was it Justin? They were?
That was the Yeager year.
Fam, that team wasn't going to the playoffs. Even Dave Yeager knew that team wasn't going to the playoffs.
Right.
Dave Yeager knew that team wasn't going to the playoffs.
So, okay, listen. It was striking midnight You know, the pumpkin, the cherry was turning back into a pumpkin. And they turned that into Harrison Barnes, a guy that we want to be here for the next 5 years.
I got you. You probably could have done it elsewhere too. If Amon Shumpert's turning into a pumpkin, you could have done something else.
If you would have waited, do you think you would have been able to get a Harrison Barnes types for Amon Shumpert?
What do you even need to trade Amon Shumpert for? Keep Shumpert.
That was asking. I want him here. But how else are we going to get a Harrison Barnes type?
Justin James, Justin Jackson, one of the Justins that you were. One of the light-skinned Justins that you referenced, can we get them? Was Scalabrine still good at the time? No.
Remember that random time when
Scalabrine was at 3 a.m. Sean was about to strike big night. Scal was at 3 a.m.
Scal was back at the house scrubbing floors.
Scal started at 1 a.m. He never. Coach Cal had me thinking Scalabrine was going to be that dude, boy. Man,
that Scal had some moments. He had some moments. And they looked like, he might be kind of nice. It just didn't work out. But I was gonna say, remember that random Warriors game when Justin Jackson had like 33?
No.
You know, it was a good game. It was the same night Steph made him fall with a jab step. You don't remember that?
I remember that. Yeah, I remember that.
It was like a close game.
I remember he had a good game. I didn't realize that was one.
Kings took the lead by like 1 with 2 minutes to go off of Justin Jackson 3, where he had like 33 or 35 on the night. It's like, he's finally found it. No, he did not finally find it.
I wonder who said that. I'm trying to look here.
I saw this. Hold on.
I knew something you said didn't sound right. Shump wasn't traded for Harrison Barnes.
It was a 3-team trade, I think,
with Cleveland.
Yeah,
wasn't Harrison with Dallas?
Yeah,
this was Cleveland and Houston. This was Alex Len. Alex Len came
here that day. He wasn't here that year. That was the year before.
I think or maybe Alec Burks. Alec Burks was somewhere mixed in there.
Yeah,
somewhere.
Alec Burks. They traded Justin Jackson for Harrison Barnes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because if that was the Jaeger year,
by me.
Wasn't Harrison here the 39-win year?
He got traded.
He got here the 39-win year.
Yeah, and they kind of didn't play well after that. And people were like, it's because you let Shump go. And when I say people, I mean myself.
Man. Okay.
But
all right.
Oh, so you talk about like you talk about how where Justin Jackson played that 35 at that 35-point game or whatever, and he goes and like, he's turning the corner. This was the one. I was going back one time watching an old Kings game, and it was like from whatever year this is when he says this. But the former play-by-play guy comes on the air for the opening montage, and he says, I know one of them. I can't remember the other one. I'm just gonna throw a name out, and because it might not be it, but I'll just be like, with Spencer Hawes and Francisco Garcia, this franchise doesn't have to worry about their front court for a long time to come.
Oh boy. Yikes. Can someone find the audio of that? Spencer Hawes and Francisco Wow. The Timberwolves just let go of their general manager.
Oh my gosh. That is a dumpster fire. That's a dumpster fire over there.
I thought that was their dude. I thought, what was his name? I thought it was Garrison. It didn't look. That's their guy. Wow.
Look, man, they don't know what the hell they're doing.
They really don't.
That's a mess.
I gotta believe there's a Ben Simmons tie in here somewhere. I gotta believe that Glenn Taylor went to them and said, "Hey, why isn't this Ben Simmons deal done yet? Why have we not acquired Ben Simmons?"
Alex Rodriguez came in there and said that. A-Rod was like, "Hey, Wait a minute. Let me kiss myself in the mirror. Hey,
leave that man alone for
you
kissing
know I
himself.
like A-Rod.
The Minnesota Timberwolves are the Chicago Bulls of the NBA. That feels like something Alex Rodriguez would say.
What was the original
the Dodgers?
line?
I think he said the Dodgers. The Dodgers are the New York Yankees of baseball. I think that was the line.
Shut up, A-Rod. Hey,
y'all hate on that photo shoot.
Huh?
I said y'all be hating on that photo shoot.
Oh man, you kiss yourself in the mirror. You can't be taking no picture kissing yourself in the mirror. You mentioned Ben Simmons. You mentioned him. I got an epiphany.
Oh, all right. Well, I'm done for the day. It's the Kenny Caraway show for the rest of the
It's either an epiphany or a intervention, one of the two.
Oh God, those are two very different things.
Yeah.
Well, I guess
a combination of the both.
We'll all find out together as D'Lo and KC continue here on Sacramento's number. We're just getting started, by the way. It's gonna be a long day. We'll get through it together.
Let's go.
Twitch, YouTube, Odyssey, and of course, Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I was about to cuss Danny in San Francisco out. I read that Slack wrong. We got Brian Baldinger for 12:30 tomorrow.
Oh.
I read it as Baldy's locked in for 12:30. I'm like, oh, hell. All right. As if we hadn't had to juggle this show enough. And we got a Kosh for 120 or 130. Okay, perfect. That's what I wrote. That's what I thought.
No sticky dicky.
Matt's good.
Okay, cool.
Matt's good. I made a mistake, everybody. James Ham's still on vacation. He's working on his tan. He'll be back. He even said later this week if we want. He comes home tomorrow.
Training camp.
Tell him what?
Training camp starts
Tuesday. Tuesday. Epiphany time. There wasn't nothing wrong with that photo shoot. Y'all leave that man alone.
He's a jerk. You see the video? John just sent it to me. A buddy tricking the nurse into thinking he passed out.
Oh, I saw John's notification here.
That is funny. That poor little lady.
I don't want to. Oh, my head getting light.
I need help.
What happened? You good? Did I get you?
Yes, I'm good.
Buddy, a cold piece of work, man. That's a cold piece of work for that.
That's throwback. I don't. How many people know what Dr. David is talking about?
I needs the Johnny Carson epiphany.
I got you, Dr. David. I guess I'm getting up there, but
word? You don't know who?
I'm not sure why Jesse would know who Johnny Carson is.
Well, you still got to know your history.
Yeah, but that's kind of like
was the host of the Tonight Show.
That's kind of like me knowing Bob Hope.
Yeah, you know who Bob Hope is.
Yeah.
Of course you do.
What's that? What's the Bob Hope?
Stockton, I think, isn't it?
Really?
Isn't it in Stockton?
Oh.
I swear to God, Jesse. Bob Hope. Yeah, it's in Stockton. That's what I thought. It's Stockton. Is that where he does isn't that the little gimmick where he does like he puts the envelope to his head?
Well, and then he has the
he has like
yeah.
It's man, I forgot what the name of that character was. An epiphany hat. You're home in the epiphany. Thanks, Roddy. That actually is pretty legit. There it is. Thank you. Karnak. That's the name of the character Carson does. That Michael Scott imitates in the season 2 episode. Season 2 episode.
Cold game. I wouldn't have known that. Swami is somebody else. That's the
Chris
boy,
Berman. The Swami.
Yeah, we do read the tea leaves here. You're 100% correct.
How we roll, baby. Leaving Sacramento.
Damn, that was awesome.
It's just so fantastic. Oh shoot! I was about to play
Taylor
for
the team.
It's
A-Rod's team.
Oh man. NBA Twitter's going crazy over Minnesota going up in flames, firing their general manager today, literally days before camp starts. By the way, did you read the NOLA.com article? Oh, Minnesota ain't the only franchise burning. New Orleans. Now, this is a poor line. I was going to say New Orleans is on fire, but if you saw the video from the Superdome, maybe we'll use a different term. But they said there was a group text where they were calling Griff Krause after watching The Last Dance.
Oh my gosh.
They were calling him Griff Krause.
Oh man.
Oh man, Griff has wore out his welcome already. Man,
remember how people just were covering Griff when he went to New Orleans, when he made the Anthony Davis trade?
He got over. The
Lakers got freaking Anthony Davis.
Yeah.
They got over. They're going to be in the championship oven for the next 8 years.
Goodness gracious, man. Incredible. Here's a couple of notes here for the show that you could look forward to. Akash and a variety thing, Niners Nation. He's going to join us coming up 1 hour from right now at 1:20. At this rate, we're going to be talking to Akash about Ben Simmons. At 3:20, I made a mistake. James Ham still working on his tan in Maui. Talked to him this morning.
That's expensive.
He's what's expensive?
You talk to him on the phone? Is that the rate still apply? Is that good? Were there peak times?
No, fam, good? It's 2021. That's not a thing anymore.
I don't know. Are you in his Fave 5?
Again, Kenny, it's 2021. Fave 5 isn't a thing anymore.
Oh, okay. I'm just checking.
You are on my favorites page of my iPhone, though.
My man. You know, I don't have favorites. It's not a. I mean, I can just add the favorites today. I don't have a reason why. I just never use the favorites.
Oh, I feel like that's all I use.
Everybody that I talk to, that I call, they're in my call log.
Right.
So, you know, the Damians, the Jazz, the Moms,
even Danny in San Francisco, isn't it? Wow. Danny in San Francisco didn't make my fave list. That's a lengthy list, too. Man, I gotta clean that up. I'm gonna be in trouble.
Damn.
I'll be in trouble. No PTO for D'Lo, man. That's for sure. So James Ham still enjoying the sun in Maui, probably with SPF 1000 on. But he's coming back tomorrow. He said he'll join us Friday. Hell, he'll come on Saturday, Sunday, Monday, whatever we want to do. He'll come on game day.
We'll come on game day. Break it down a little bit.
So we got Matt George stepping in just as he did last week. Matt George is going to be with us, and Matt George is going to start joining us every week as the Kings season gets underway. And I think we're going to start next week with training camp getting underway on Tuesday. So plenty of Kings coverage ahead. The Minnesota Timberwolves dismiss their general manager here just days before the playoffs. And Kenny's got either an epiphany or an intervention. That's what he said. I'm not going to try to figure it out. Let's all learn together. Casey?
Well, I feel like it's a combination of both. So I did one of the things that you don't necessarily want to do. I brought work home with me. And I was talking to the Queen Bee. I was like, Ben Simmons, this guy people are interested in Ben Simmons. I mean, he's just all on the Twitter. When we talk about him on the show, everything is Ben Simmons. And I told her, I said, I'm actually in the middle with Ben Simmons because we were trying to figure out why is he so captivating, why he's so polarizing. Mm-hmm. And I said, there's people that are fanatical. I don't know if I want to use that word, but they're just emotional on each side and they never really meet in the middle. And I say, I'm in the middle on Ben Simmons. She says, no, the hell you're not. She says, you don't like Ben Simmons. I was like, how so? And then she goes down a list of things and all this other stuff. She's like, you don't want him here in Sacramento. And I said, that's not true. It's circumstantial. I would take Ben Simmons. She said, that's the whole point. If somebody's telling you that the only way, which is what we're hearing right now, is the only way you can get him is you give up Fox or Haliburton, you say, and I say, hell no. Exactly. You don't want him here. I was like, man. So this is the intervention part of the you don't want him here. Mm-hmm. And she breaks it down a little bit more. And she says, I see you all the time talking about he ain't that dude when we're watching the game. I'm just walking through the house and I just hear you, Ben Simmons, pass up another shot. He ain't that dude. He ain't that dude, Jazz, and all this other stuff. So I was like, man, do I not like Ben Simmons? Here's where the epiphany came in. It's not Ben Simmons per se. Mm-hmm. It's the type of player he is that does not fit with the type of basketball player that I like. And it's not necessarily the skill level because the man is talented, super talented. He's got natural ability. This is what's pumping in his veins. This is what's in his DNA. And the epiphany is the bigger thing with Ben Simmons, the real reason why I'm extremely hesitant to take a chance on Ben Simmons, and more so why we'll talk about Davion Mitchell, why I would not trade Davion for Ben Simmons, comes down to this, Damian. I figured it out. You can't trust Ben Simmons. At least I can't trust him. I can't trust Ben Simmons. I can't trust him to be there when I need him for the type of player that I'm looking for. I can't trust him to improve on his game. I can't trust him. That's why he's not my type of player. Does that mean he's a bad player? Absolutely not. But more than that, he's just not my type of player. Davion, I trust Davion Mitchell. Whether he becomes an all-star or a role player, I trust that he's going to give me everything he has to get better. Does it work all the time? No, it doesn't work. People try their hardest all the time and don't reach goals and things of that nature. That's life. That's sports. But I trust I'll never get cheated on his commitment to winning and what we're trying to do. I don't have that type of trust in Ben Simmons. And because of that, it would take a lot or a little in this case. Like, I'm not giving up things that I deem valuable to get him. I'll bring him in, but I'm not giving up anything that I feel like I can. I trust Fox. I trust Haliburton. I trust Davion Mitchell. I'm not giving up anything that I trust. Hence, maybe I don't trust Bagley or Buddy, right? So I'll give up something else I don't trust to bring back somebody else that I don't necessarily trust, because I need that safety net. You get away, you give Haliburton or Davion up, you've given up a large part of your safety nets. So that's more so what it is with Ben Simmons. I do not.
Tyrese is out of the question. That's not. I don't think that's even remotely close to a thing. Let's point out a couple of things, because I want to dive a little bit further into what she said. One, I'm Twitter's echoing the sentiments we had when we saw the news out of Minnesota. Mm-hmm. The Timberwolves are probably about to grossly overpay for Ben Simmons sometimes within the next couple of hours. I see this message here in the chat house, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Joe Adge says, what's the over-under on Sachin Gupta trading for Simmons today? And to make matters worse, Karl Anthony Towns tweeted just 2 minutes ago, W Dot.
Minnesota.
Should we start doing hypothetical trade proposals for Karl Anthony Towns?
Now you can.
Now. Okay.
Absolutely. Karl Anthony Towns is going to the Knicks.
He is. Oh.
That's my initial thought.
You definitely haven't thought about this before. That was sarcasm.
No,
I have thought about this. You said that really quickly.
I have, but it didn't make sense until now because he wasn't asking out. He didn't say he wanted out. Now
he still hasn't said it. He just said W2, and it was in all lowercase, if that matters. It wasn't even.
Karl Anthony Towns and Devin Booker were the two guys a year ago, 9 months ago, that were like, yo, if it goes south,
Chris Paul was traded. If it
goes south in any one of these places, Leon Rose, Worldwide West, those are their guys. They may be looking at New York. Well, looks like it might have gone south in Minnesota.
WTF ... is a good sign something just went awry in Minnesota. Firing your general manager days before training camp starts. That's a surefire way. You just hired a coach in the middle of last season, by the way.
In the middle of last season. And they did it. Didn't they pass up a guy on the bench and it was like a shady hole? Yeah.
David Vanderpool.
Vanderpool, that's right.
Yeah. Moral of the story, Kings fans, could always be worse.
Would you rather be Sacramento or Minnesota right now? You don't have in Minnesota. You don't have the whole streak thing going on. You're terrible.
I'm good here.
I am too.
Yeah, I'm good. I mean, Minnesota. All we're talking about is Tom Thibodeau and the acquisition of Jimmy Butler. That's it. Neither one of them wound up working out. So this is we're literally talking about breaking the streak, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like if Brock Lesnar beat The Undertaker, and then lost every match after that. He beat The Undertaker at WrestleMania, and then that was it. He lost every match after that. That would be the Minnesota Timberwolves. That would be exactly what the Minnesota Timberwolves are doing right now. They broke the streak and lost every match after that. They've been terrible. They couldn't make the Jimmy Butler thing work. They couldn't make the Tom Thibodeau thing work. Or maybe Tom Thibodeau couldn't make the Timberwolves thing work. I don't know. They've gone through coaches. Now they're going through general managers. I gotta assume Sasha Gumsit is their general manager. Like they're not going through a hiring process over the course of the next 6 days, are they? They got a season to think about here. They got to get to work, and probably got a trade to execute.
Now, and I know
Minnesota was the team more than Sacramento. Way more than Sacramento. In fact, Minnesota might be the only team that we read or heard they're enamored with acquiring Ben Simmons. We didn't hear that here. It's fun conversation for us. We didn't hear that here. Jason Jones, James Ham, Jason Anderson, none of those guys were writing about the Sacramento Kings they're enamored with acquiring Ben Simmons. No one said that. Now, from the people who cover Minnesota, we heard that. Didn't hear it from Golden State. Sure as hell didn't hear it from Portland or Washington or any of these places that Philadelphia has their eyes on. Only heard it from Minnesota. This feels like Minnesota's about to do something crazy.
Well,
than what they just did.
John Bull's in my head right now because if I was Monty McNair, I would be shifting my attention. Is it Gupta his boy?
This is guy.
Relationship with him?
I think Gupta sent a nice little congratulatory letter or a whole little thing when Monty McNair got the job. What would it take? Let's have a real conversation. Obviously, if I offered Fox, I could get Carl. So that's not happening. But what would it take? What you looking at? You want Bagley and Buddy? Hell. And I don't even know if I want to do this, but do you want Bagley and Barnes for Karl Anthony Towns? What you want? Let's get it done. Let's talk. I mean, Sasha, look, he tweeted WTF. It's only gonna get worse, bro. Like, let's be real. Let's take advantage of the WTF. Damage is minimized. We
Mhm.
got you. We'll set you up. You need help.
Yeah,
You need help.
we got you.
I love that Jill don't chat often, but when she do, she bring the heat. She says the Kings have been horrible for 36 years in Sacramento, and the Wolves in Minnesota still have a worse franchise winning percentage than the Kings.
What a terrible franchise.
Oh man,
A-Rod
like we
gonna
said,
say, they got A-Rod now, so things may change. And when I say may
Sarcasm?
change, when I say may change, they may change locations.
you know what would be funny to me, at least,
They should.
is what would be funny to me is if A-Rod did turn around the Timberwolves, and now he's even a better owner than Derek Jeter is. He just beats Jeter at one more thing.
Yeah, because I've made this this argument before. Derek Jeter, really good ball player, great Hall of Famer. He was not the ball player Alex Rodriguez was. You can talk about whatever you want, but steroid, BD, whatever. A-Rod was far better than Derek Jeter.
Mm-hmm. Completely agree.
Yeah.
Completely agree. Well, I guess there's multiple NBA. Oh, Doc Rivers spoke today.
Oh,
So-
real quick before we get to Doc, did
Yeah,
you want to
yeah.
say anything about
Oh,
what I had to say with how I feel?
the epiphany or the intervention. I'm not sure what we're
See
deciding.
what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? I don't know.
I don't
know
think
what-
that's the proper. I don't think it's the proper use of the term intervention because I don't know. Like Jazz going to you and saying, this is how you feel about Ben Simmons. That's probably an intervention. I think you came to this thought on your own based on something Jazz said. So really what you did, maybe it's not an epiphany or an intervention. Maybe you just thought this through a little bit. And to recap, your issue with Ben Simmons is you don't trust him.
Mm-hmm.
And part of the reason you don't trust him, correct me if I'm wrong, is because you think he's not putting in the work to be a better player.
Mm-hmm. And I don't think he really cares that much. I'm never going to disrespect these guys in the NBA and be like, they don't care about winning. Obviously they do, but he doesn't care to the level that would make me comfortable if I was coaching him or if I was trying to put together a team.
Yeah, I guess I don't have too much to pick apart with that. Everybody has a type of player that they like. Whether it's a distributing point guard or a scoring point guard, or whether it's a traditional big or a modern day big, like everybody has their type. I've shared my concerns about Ben Simmons before. I stopped short of saying I want to stop short of saying he doesn't care. I don't know whether the man cares or not. I just look at his body language. I look at the things that I've seen from him. I look at the things that I've read about him, and I just more come to the conclusion that he plays basketball because of what basketball provides for him. I don't know that he loves basketball. I don't think that, I do believe he wants to be great at it, but I don't think that he loves it. I think he wants to be great, but I also think his natural talent, I think he believes his natural talent should lead him to be great. You understand what I'm saying? Because
I do.
I believe he wants to be a great basketball player. I don't know if he's a be great basketball player at all cost. I don't know if he's going to Las Vegas to train with LeBron James in the middle of July or, June or going back here ahead of camp. I don't know that he's that type of guy, much less as he's the type of guy who will bring a trainer with him when he goes on vacation.
Mm-hmm.
He might be that type of guy. I'm still going on vacation. I'm gonna get my work in. I'm still going on vacation. Or he's like the guy who shows up to the gym like we do. We go to the gym every day, 8:00. That's what he does. I get up, I go to the gym, get my workout in, and I go home. That's the extent of what he does. I wonder if that's the extent of what he does to be great.
Yeah, I don't.
And maybe it's not enough. Maybe it's not enough.
And that's I haven't had a conversation with him obviously or nothing like that, but just kind of observing him over the years, I don't think he's worried at all about being great. I don't think he wants to be great. It would be nice maybe if what I did turned out to me being great, I'm not really tripping one way or the other. But great, I've never thought that he wants to be great. Now, did you see what Josue said in the chat?
No,
This is
No.
pretty damn spot on.
What did Josue say?
Is Ben Simmons the Jay Cutler of the NBA?
Ooh, man.
That's pretty damn good.
That's heat right there.
Yeah,
That's a good call. That's a good call right there.
that is a bar.
Yep.
Mm.
Put that on a plaque. Yeah, put that on a plaque.
Yeah.
Word has. Sorry.
Oh, if you're breaking news, I was just gonna say.
Kind of.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Do what you got. Do what you got. Do what you
This is
got.
a good one. This isn't breaking news, but this is a good one. Jill tagged us in this on Twitter, which you could do the same. Help us keep us updated on everything at DLMKC. Let's see. In the wake of Garrett's departure, word is circulated among league sources since Summer League that incoming Minnesota Timberwolves owners Mark Lohr and Alex Rodriguez have communicated they are fond of Sixers general manager Elton Brand. Oh, God. A name to keep an eye on here.
Oh, boy.
As I said, Kings fans, could always be worse.
It could always be worse. You're 100% correct.
Elton
What
Brand.
has the Timberwolves turn? Huh?
Well, because that
They wanna
show
make
was canceled.
jokes. Since they want to be so damn funny.
That show was canceled. Maybe on NBA. What's it called? NBA Today? NBA Daily? What's the show called?
Today.
With Malik,
Yeah.
NBA Today.
Yeah, they won't do as much clown behavior on that show.
Why not? They still got some characters on there. Our boy Perk is still on there.
Character.
You know
There's
he's
a
gonna say
difference
something
between-
crazy.
There's a difference between being a character and having clown behavior.
Who's gonna get the
It could be
coffee?
fun.
Yeah, do they have anyone to get coffee on that show?
There's only one guy to call when you need coffee.
I think he's been dismissed by virtually everybody.
There's only one guy to call when you need some coffee, boy. He mixed that pot up and put the right creamer in there.
Oh no, he don't do
That's
that.
no coffee getter.
He leaves the building. Mr. Kerr, what can I get for you at the local Phoenix Suns?
Who the hell are you?
They have a.
Get the hell out of my face. Get out of my office, kid.
I'm the coffee boy, and I'm gonna go on to have a lucrative media career by telling people I worked in the front office of the Phoenix Suns. That's what I'm gonna tell people.
Yes.
And even my own coworkers won't believe me.
The Keurig was in the front of the office. That's what he means by that. The Keurig was right there in the front of the office. He ain't lying.
Oh man, I love that Alex Rodriguez and Mark Lohr's first decision would be to hire Elton Brand as the Timberwolves general manager. I'm gonna go back to the disco days. Burn, baby, burn. Oh man,
We ain't got to worry
Minnesota.
about them making the playoffs. We ain't got to worry about them. It's one team off the list.
WTF ...
It's one team off the list right there.
That tweet's definitely not going to be analyzed over the course of the next several hours. That's for sure. I know what will be.
What Belo and JC are talking about right now in Minnesota. Jeez.
Yeah, they're talking about the soon to be acquired Ben Simmons. That's what they're talking about.
Ooh.
There ain't a person on the planet that's tied this move, who hasn't tied this move to the Minnesota Timberwolves attempting to acquire. I'm waiting for the tweet that says Mark Lohr and Alex Rodriguez have been enamored with Ben Simmons. I'm waiting for the tweet that says Alex Rodriguez has named himself the general manager of the Minnesota Timberwolves. That's what I'm waiting for. Give me that. Give me that.
Hey, Rod.
Or perhaps the Minnesota Timberwolves are headed to Las Vegas.
It's Seattle.
Seattle first. You're right. The Pelicans are moving to Las Vegas. My mistake.
Yes. I can't wait for that. Sorry, because I love New Orleans, but yeah, man, you don't need
the Saints.
Stick to the football. Yeah.
They got the Saints. Hell, Minnesota doesn't care nothing about, or New Orleans doesn't care nothing about the Pelicans. Never had. That's part of the problem. Believe it or not, that's actually the biggest part of the problem is they don't care.
Mm-hmm.
Unless Drew Brees is out there playing point guard and what's my man's name?
Kamara?
Orgeron.
Oh.
Ed Orgeron is on the sidelines. They ain't worried about any of that.
Your little sissy blue shirt.
Yeah, that worked out well for him. How many running backs have the 49ers signed? For God's sakes, they signed Chris Thompson. Chris Thompson to the
man.
They signed to the is this okay?
I mean, considering the fact that you lost your running back, you signed some more, and you were still left with Trenton Cannon at the end of the game?
They lost one running back and have somehow signed like 7.
Well, to be fair,
And they let D
they
Virgin
kinda
go.
That was a rough one. That was a rough one.
Sent D
But
Virgin home.
to be fair, the 49ers have lost. We might have lost Davion, by the way.
I got you. I'm good. I'm telling jokes in my head, man. Come on, man. Stop it.
The 49ers have actually lost 4 running backs in 2 weeks.
Yeah, but none of them for the season, or one of them for the season.
I don't know if any of them are going to play.
Hasty, yeah. We should get an update on Trey Sermon, and he's in protocol. He can't. I don't even think he can clear protocol till Friday. So even at that, this is a guy who's taken 1 snap in the NFL.
He got jacked up on that play. Poor dude. John Bull sent me a tweet, and he didn't watch it or anything. He's just cracking jokes. But I guess there's a video out there that proves the NFL cheated the Eagles, and they should have won on Sunday. And I think they go back to the Trey Sermon play, which they were down by 11, I think, at that play with like 5 minutes to go. So if that play would have gone the way they wanted to, Eagles would have won.
Huh. Okay. Maybe the Eagles would have won. Maybe Doc Rivers would have won if he had just stopped talking, but he won't. He even talked today on First Take, which is still on the air. We'll bring to you what Doc Rivers said today, and per his request, we'll bring to you what he said after Game 7. Now, this isn't our doing. This is Doc's doing. This is what he asked us to do. You'll hear what he said regarding Ben Simmons this morning here when Dylan and Casey return on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Oh, man. Haven't touched a thing in the rundown for 2 days. Yes. Yeah, Glenn was set up. Just called the show disputed. That's funny. All right, where are we? Boom. Where are you? Boom.
Check it out. But I'll be sure to come back when the Lakers beat the Kings in May. I'll be sure to come back when the Lakers beat the Kings in May.
Whoa. Don't be mad that the Rock's good friend Shaquille O'Neal called you the Sacramento Queens now.
I like the part where he knew it was about to hit. He goes, hold on, wait a minute.
I would like the closest that I could compare to that, and there's 3 times as many people there, is Seth cashing in. That's the closest in Santa Clara. But still, that noise left Levi's. Like it went somewhere. That noise rumbled the arena.
You saw what I said on your tweet. I think that is the greatest promo or skit I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And the other one close off the top of my head is the birth of Austin 316. But even then, that was more so like in hindsight.
Today's a big wrestling day. It's the anniversary 96. Oh, is this the 97 24th anniversary of on the same Monday? Austin stunned McMahon at the Garden. And then on the other channel, Goldberg beat Hugh Morris to go 1-0.
That
was the same. That was September 22nd, 1997.
Hey, let me see if you remember this. My cousin Ace, he sent me tagged me in a video about Big Papa Pump going off.
Oh, he sent me that.
Why did he do that?
I do not know. Oh, I do not know. Man.
Just went off on a Ric Flair for no reason. Talked about WWF and all this other stuff.
You know what's funny about that? That it's not funny, but the Dark Side of the Ring thing, and like all this heat on Ric Flair and Tommy Dreamer and all of this and whatever. We're just gonna pretend like Vince McMahon wasn't on the plane. Hey, boss, you might want to wake up for this. That was a different flight. He kept trying to wrestle Rick. He kept trying to wrestle Kurt. He kept trying to take down Kurt Angle. And apparently, so there's a story that the Undertaker was asleep on that plane, and he woke up and he saw Kurt Angle with Vince wrapped up, and he's trying to get Vince to calm down. So Taker pops up, he puts Kurt Angle in a chokehold.
Because as we found out, that was his boy.
Oh, that was his boy. So he put Kurt Angle in a chokehold, and Kurt lets go of Vince, and he's like, "We're playing." He's like tapping out. We're playing. Oh man. Ooh. A little update on 49ers practice here. Kevin Givens out, did not practice today because of an ankle. Jermichael Hasty did not practice because of an ankle. Elijah Mitchell did not practice today because of a shoulder. Eric Armstead did not practice today because of an abductor. Emmanuel Mosley was limited because of a knee. Trey Sermon was limited. He's still in concussion protocol. Javon Kinlaw was limited today because of a knee injury.
Updates to the updates. 49ers running back Trey Sermon is going through concussion protocol, but trending in a good direction per Kyle Shanahan. So maybe you get him on Sunday. And Kinlaw being limited. Kinlaw
probably not a big deal.
Yeah, he can be limited all year because it's really just show up on game day. Make sure that knee doesn't flare up throughout the season. I mean, I put him on an exercise bike during practices. Show up on Sunday.
Oh, let's see. Everybody only cares about a few quotes from the Rivers interview on Simmons today, but I have to say this bit from First Take absolutely slayed me. Oh, Philly Voice. That's from the Philly Voice. Like I'm looking at some notes here regarding Doc Rivers' appearance today. And I've been reading the Philly Voice. I read the Philly Voice this morning, and it was what I read was pretty interesting. So let's start in order here as we started the show with Robin Givens and then have moved on to Ben Simmons. Doc Rivers on First Take this morning. Here's what Doc said about the remark he made following Game 7.
Yeah, I want to correct that because I would love you guys to play what I said. Because, and I've told you this before, Stephen A., never said what was reported. The question was asked about Ben. It was the first question after we just lost the Game 7. My answer was, I'm not answering any of that stuff right now, guys. I don't even know how to answer that. That had nothing to do was about Ben.
Just to amuse myself, I'm going to stop right there. We'll play that clip in its entirety. I'm going to stop right there because of the magic of radio. We have his remarks about Game 7. And the question was, can you win a championship with Ben Simmons? Doc Rivers' reaction following Game 7 is this.
Yeah, David, I don't know that question or the answer to that right now. So I don't know the answer to that.
Here's Doc again today.
Yeah, I want to correct that because I would love you guys to play what I said. Because, and I've told you this before, Stephen A., never said what was reported. The question was asked about Ben. It was the first question after we just lost a game 7, my answer was, I'm not answering any of that stuff right now, guys. I don't even know how to answer that. That had nothing to do was about Ben. I was basically saying I'm not answering that crap, those questions. And so what disappointed me, and I don't do this media thing very often. You never see me do that.
Right.
It was being portrayed that I was out there saying, I don't think we can win with Ben. And I do. I told Ben that the next day. What really disappointed me was the next day I went on and said, guys, I knew exactly what I was talking about. And no one heard it. They just kept running their narrative. So, I've been in sports a long time and I'm not misrepresented very often, but in that case I was. But it is what it is. Ben knows, Rich knows, and I know.
Oh, okay, Doc.
Doc, you make it really difficult to love you, man. I don't. First of all, Doc, you were the media. You were one trade away from being back in the media with no NBA championship.
Yeah, this is true.
And bro, you out there all the time. What are you talking about? You don't do this media stuff. Doc, you always out there. And there's nothing wrong with that. I don't do this media stuff. As if it's like, as if it's beneath you. What are you talking about, Doc? You do this stuff all of the time. The question was asked, can you win a championship with Ben Simmons?
Yeah, David, I don't know that question or the answer to that right now.
I'm not answering the question. I'm not talking about it. Your answer is right there.
Yeah, David, I don't know that question or the answer to that right now.
Come on, Doc. What are you doing? You hope we'll play that. Well, here
David,
it is.
I don't know that question or the answer to that right now.
Now, you tried to clean it up the next day, and I get that. And I get it's difficult. When you lose an emotional game like that, when you lose, and I think you know what I mean when I say this, when you lose when you're not supposed to, when you're supposed to beat the Atlanta Hawks, and you've got a player who played well beneath what you believe their capabilities are. I get it's an emotional situation. It's difficult. I don't envy the position of those guys. I don't envy the position of De'Aaron Fox when the Sacramento Kings have lost 9 games in a row for the second time, and he's got to go in front of the podium. That's why we didn't kill him the next day when he sat on that podium just like this for those on the live stream, and he just he looked down and he looked at his phone and he never looked up. And I think it was Rasan or Alex or one of our guys over there at the Kings media said, "Okay, we're finished." And he got that. He got up and left. Never looked up at the camera. I don't envy the position those guys are in. It's tough. But don't tell us you didn't say something when
David,
the audio lives forever. That stuff doesn't go anywhere. You made an error in judgment. Like, that's fine. Don't blame it on the media. It ain't our fault. David asked you a question. I assume he referenced him by name. I assume he's talking about David Aldridge. Asked him a question. He answered it. He knew right away that was the wrong answer. He tried to clean it up the next day. He says, I addressed it the next day. No, you tried to clean it up the next day. They're not the same thing. Addressing it and cleaning it up are very, very different. You backtracked on what you said. You say you're going to go do this. You go, we're going to fix everything. We're going to, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, his words that day, we're going to do it the right way. The hell does that mean, Doc? Y'all ain't even seen each other since then. But you're going to go out there, you're going to fix things, and you're going to fix them the right way. All right. And then he goes on to say, we want Ben back, and we want to do this, and we want to do that. And I was telling you, KC, I was reading the Philly Voice this morning.
Yeah.
There are people in Philadelphia associated with that organization who believe Ben's going to fold, or Rich Paul's going to fold, or Clutch Sports is going to fold, whatever, and he's going to ultimately come back to practice. And they don't want Ben Simmons. Don't get this twisted. Don't get what Doc Rivers said twisted either. Philadelphia doesn't want Ben Simmons. What they want is for Ben Simmons to come back, the team play well, he look respectable, and his trade value goes up. Then they want to get rid of him. They have no desire, in my opinion, based off what I read this morning and putting all these different pieces of the puzzle together, they have no interest in Ben Simmons finishing next year as a Philadelphia 76er. They would love if he started this year as a Philadelphia 76er, but not end it as a Philadelphia 76er. He might finish the day as a Minnesota Timberwolf, but go ahead.
He just might. Let me ask you a couple questions. Let me play a little devil's advocate here.
The devil has enough advocates, Kenny. I don't remember who said that. Was that Kyle? Go ahead.
Yeah.
I think it was Kyle Madsen that said that.
For one, Doc Glenn Rivers or Glenn Doc Rivers, you should probably say. After that game, what should he have said in that moment?
With the question being, can he?
You just lost Game 7. We all saw the way Ben played. Say, can you win with Ben Simmons?
Absolutely. We have to fix some things. We've got to get better. There are things that we have to do differently, but absolutely we can win with Ben Simmons.
Okay. And
you know what else you might have to do in that situation? When you get up and leave, and I know this was playoffs, but I feel like it was Zoom, just based on the
David, I don't know that.
Just based on the sound alone, I think we were still Zooming press conferences there.
Mm-hmm.
You very well may have to grab Joel on your way out. Don't take the bait on Ben and keep it moving. Because Ben's going to be feeling those. Again, I understand the emotion these guys are in, and how emotional those guys are in that moment. I don't envy them, and I don't blame Doc. You know what you could probably call that? A moment of honesty. Doc may very well believe that he can't win a championship with Ben Simmons. And that's fine, because there are going to be people who say Philadelphia can't win a championship with Doc Rivers. Those are opinions. Those are subjective. That's fine. But you've got to know enough. Doc has done this long enough. You can't undercut a player. You can't undercut a player. And that remark, followed immediately by Joel's remark, undercut Ben Simmons, thus undercutting the 76ers in his trade value.
So here's the other uncomfortable thing. And like I said, I'm just playing devil's advocate. If that's how we're going to do things, and that's how we want things to go down, then I don't want to hear anything about what Vivek, the Kings, did to DeMarcus Cousins. And I don't want to hear anything about what the Raptors did to DeMar DeRozan. Because if you just want them to lie all the time to the player, to the media, to make sure they protect their trade value, then we can't have these we're upset when it goes the other way around.
So you don't think there's a difference between Doc saying, yes, we can win with Ben Simmons, and Vlade telling James Ham or Mark Stein DeMarcus Cousins is going to sign a $200 million extension? You see those things as the same?
But I mean, they're probably not exactly the same, but at the same time, if they're what should those guys say in those situations? Because Doc clearly
nothing.
There's not.
Are you talking about Doc or are you talking about Vlade?
Vlade.
Say nothing. Nothing. You don't say anything.
So Doc shouldn't say anything. Which he, if we're being real, he didn't say anything. He didn't answer. He didn't say yes or no. He says, I don't know. I'm not answering that right now.
You're talking about the trade value, like a perceived trade value over an offseason for Ben Simmons. We were talking about DeMarcus Cousins over the span of the next couple of weeks. What was going to happen with DeMarcus over the course of the next couple of weeks with the trade deadline approaching?
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel like those are the same thing.
I feel it wasn't Game 7 where they're like, we got to get this guy out of here. They knew if this didn't work, get him out. That's just my belief.
So he
knew when that question was asked, he don't believe that he can win with Ben Simmons, and they'll be ready to move on from him.
So you're Doc Rivers, and what was it, 2 days before
David, I don't
this
know
line
that
right
question.
here? You're telling everyone you don't know basketball if you're trying to take Ben Simmons out of the of course, he misrepresented the question completely, which is why Doc has been looking a little sketchy the last few times that he's talked. But it was just a couple of days before that Doc was like, oh, if you're telling me to take Ben Simmons out the whole game, boy, I'm going to tell you, you don't know basketball. It was just a couple of days before that. He was willing to build Ben up, even though we're all looking at it like, okay, Doc, wait a second. That wasn't the question you were asked. You were asked about taking Ben out in the final couple minutes of the fourth quarter. And then he made, well, if you take Ben Simmons out the whole game, oh, he does too much. You don't know basketball. So a couple of days before, you were willing, with the series still in play, you were willing to do everything that you could to hype up your man. But now that the series is over, you tore him down.
In the famous words of,
you shouldn't have to think about if you can win with one of your top two players.
I don't think he had to think about it. I think he knew he couldn't win with Ben Simmons.
Then that's why then don't be mad about where you're at then.
In the famous words of Bob
exactly
Arum,
what you wanted. You don't want Ben Simmons, you don't have him.
In the famous words of Bob Arum, yesterday I was lying. Today I'm telling the truth.
Well, there you have it.
I got another question about Doc Rivers too. Go ahead and do what we got to do though.
You listen to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento and Odyssey Station. And driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. You can check us out on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Matt George is going to join us coming up in the 3 o'clock hour. Akash Anavareth and the Niners Nation going to join us in about 20 minutes. Casey, go ahead.
I think I get why people are, especially today with the first take thing, more so. I can understand why he's getting raked over the coals for what he said on First Take, because that was just flat out not factual. But when people get upset or roll their eyes at what he said maybe the next day, what do you want him to do in that situation? If he was caught off guard with the question and he didn't answer it properly, he slept on it, he woke up, he's like, oh, man. Like, he could have genuinely, let's just say genuinely, he didn't know, wasn't really prepared to answer that question. And he was really like, man, I don't know about that, man. I don't know.
Think about what you're saying right there. You're not prepared to answer a question about whether you can win with one of the guys who is perceived to be your second best player.
It's not even about, like, he's not even thinking about Ben Simmons at that moment. Like, he's not thinking about, we just blew game 7 at home. But he's not thinking about Ben Simmons. And somebody asks you, what do you think about Shake Milton? Man, I ain't thinking about Shake Milton. We just lost. I'm not, what do you mean? What do I think about him? I'm not here to answer that.
Dude, that's not the same. You know that, because if you're asking random questions, Ben Simmons and his play had been a focal point for like 4 games at that point. He had to know that question. He had to know some version of that question was coming. He had to have. Either
if that's not even my question. Say he knew and he just fumbled it anyway. He wakes up the next day. He says, I didn't handle that one right. And maybe it's not even indicative about how I really feel. He's at another press conference and he clarifies it. Mm-hmm. Oh man, he's just running it back. He backpedaling now. Well, what is he supposed to do? Should he let the original answer stay out there in the atmosphere, or should he try to address it and say, "Nah, man, I think we can win with Ben Simmons"?
No, I'm fine I'm fine that he did that. I'm fine that he tried to clean it, but I'm not going to acknowledge, like, that's what he tried to do. He tried to clean it up. If you talk long enough, you're going to say it's going to happen here some point with D'Lo and KC. There's going to be some line we step over. It's going to happen. But, like,
oh, no. If you oh, no.
If you talk long enough, man, if you got cameras in your face or whatever the case may be, like, you're eventually going to say something. I don't care that he walked it back. It's just at that point, I feel like, for me, when you say something in the heat of the moment, that is your most genuine reaction. Like, that's your unfiltered reaction. It's like people who tweet stuff in the moment and delete it. That's your like Twitter can often be, for people who don't have cameras stuffed in their faces, Twitter can often be an unfiltered connection to that person's actual thought. Not with any, like if you're in heat of the moment, shoot, we saw it. All lives matter, all caps. Oh, we saw. Right? Unfiltered stream of thought. That's what it is. That's what Twitter can be. How many people through these different social issues have we seen? Oh, I was emotional because of this, because of that. No, your emotional reaction is genuinely it's usually your most genuine reaction. I don't think what Doc Rivers, I believe I'm with you. What Doc said here.
Yeah, David, I don't know that question or the answer to that. Right?
Whether he genuinely doesn't know whether Ben Simmons can be on his team, or he knows in that moment and he knows he can't be. He can't be his number 2 guy to win a championship. Whether he believes that or not isn't the point of the conversation. It's what helps you as the coach of the Philadelphia 76ers and what helps the Philadelphia 76ers. That remark didn't help. Joel's remark immediately following it didn't help. Joel trying to talk, oh, no, we good. We always been good. Okay, I believe you. I believe that Joel and Ben are good. But you said something following a Game 7 loss, and you said everything shifted on a play that everybody knew was associated with Ben Simmons. It's going to be the play that, for now, defines Ben Simmons. It's going to be the play that defines Ben Simmons' Philadelphia 76ers career. That play where he passes up the layup and they wind up getting 1 point at the free throw line instead of 2. He brings up that moment in a press conference, and here we are.
And this is the way the world works, I guess. But Cole says if Doc doesn't say yes, then he's saying no. It's a little unfair because he's not saying no. He says, I don't know, but it's taken as a no. And that's the what I used to always say. That's the nature of the beast. Right? That's part of the game. That's a little, he didn't say no. He said, I don't know, man. I don't know. But it's okay. No. Oh, you can't win with him.
So
Doc says you can't win with Ben Simmons.
You've told this. You've told this story before. Danny in San Francisco calls you and says, Kenny, I want to offer you the job at ESPN 1320. Yeah, and I got your co-host. It's Damian Barling. And he says to you, you think you could do a show with Damian Barling? And you respond,
yeah, David, I don't know that question or the answer to that right now.
Where you think we are? I'm serious. We ain't here. We ain't got E40 coming on Friday. We ain't got Rick Ross riding with us. We ain't here. You may have genuinely felt, I don't know if I could do a show with that dude. You may have genuinely, you want to work in a business. You don't say that. Doc can't say that in that moment.
That's what I'm saying. It's the nature of the beast. But if it's reported,
or at least he can't say it and be surprised that that's where we're at.
That's fair too. But if it's reported, if there somebody had tapped the phone or we had sources on the phone, and I said that and it got out, Kenny Caraway says he can't work with Damian Barling. I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
You said you don't know.
It's the nature of the beast. It's the nature of the beast. I get it.
Do you think
I'm being very literal here? I understand. And I understand the what comes with me or Doc Rivers saying, I don't know. But it is reported as if me or Doc Rivers said no. I get it. I understand. Like I said, I was just playing devil's advocate, just asking the questions. That's all.
Oh, you're a broadcast journalist all of a sudden.
Broadcast journalist. I'm just asking the questions.
All right.
That's all I can do.
I'm with it. No, I'm with it. I like broadcast journalists, Kenny. You can check out Dealing with KC on the Odyssey app. Discover hundreds of new exclusive music stations available now for sports and music fans by sports and music fans. The new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, Coke Zero Sugar. Akash Anavarathan going to join us coming up in a couple of minutes. We'll probably ask him about Ben Simmons and the Philadelphia 76ers too, just to stay on brand. Matt George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast. He's got a new pod series on the 1999 Kings versus Jazz playoffs.
It was a great one.
Part of the Locked On Kings network. He's going to join us coming up at 3:20. He's stepping in for James Ham, who again, still on vacation. Ham will be back with us. He might even be back with us later in the week. It would be great to have James Ham on as the same day as E40. I don't know why in my head that's really amusing, but
because he won't know who he is.
Yeah, I don't think he'll have. James has got to know who E40 is. I gotta believe James Ham knows who E40 is.
So
T-Pain, that's one thing. Like E40, like that's E40.
Why would James know who he is?
That's a good point. Maybe he's probably because he's been here. Because he's been here.
Oh, T-Pain's been here too. T-Pain had this huge concert outside of Doco.
That's true.
But James has covered Warriors playoff games, and maybe, E40 was in a lot of those. So maybe
James is one of the best journalists on the planet, man. He's covered it all. Probably covers the Giants in there somewhere too. Sachin Gupta is he's been promoted to the franchise's head of basketball operations. Now, Woj tweeted 8 minutes ago that Sachin is expected to be the interim head of basketball operations. I thought I saw another tweet. Shams. Yes, Shams' tweet doesn't have the interim title on it. So Shams tweeted 9 minutes ago that Sachin Gupta has been promoted to the new head of basketball operations. Woj tweeted 8 minutes ago that Sachin Gupta is the interim head of basketball operations. Oh, dear. It's happening again. It is happening again. We'll step out. We'll come back. We'll shift gears. We'll talk 49ers football. Then we'll dive back into the Kings as D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Question for you, Damien. How do you like the TD Garden Arena or whatever? Really nice.
Boston?
Dope. Average, bad.
It's historic, I guess. It's got that, I don't know. It's all right. It's not like I wouldn't rank it amongst any. Oh, you got to go see it. Like, I mean, Jesse should go see it, but it's kind of it.
The surrounding area, is that pretty cool?
I
would think it is downtown.
Is it downtown though? Yeah,
or it might not be.
Yeah,
I don't
it's
know.
not. But it's cool. It's fine. It's their practice facility that's way out, kind of in the middle of. I don't want to say the middle of nowhere, but it's in like a. It's in like a. I'm trying. It would be like if it was in Roseville. Just like it's kind of in just this spot. It's a huge facility. It's connected to like a public gym. It's kind of weird.
The training facility.
Mm-hmm. It's like connected to it's like a public gym, a hospital, like all sorts of, maybe not a hospital, but like a doctor's office, and there's a lot happening there.
When's the last time you've been downtown Sacramento?
Sacramento. The day I know the exact day. The day we got back from Atlanta. Because remember I got back at 10 a.m.
early Sunday.
So I got back at 10 a.m. At the airport, it's like, yo, I'm gonna go grab some brunch. I hadn't eaten yet because nothing was open, and I had the strangest. I had the one terminal in the Atlanta airport that there was nothing there except the Starbucks line that had probably
50,000
a 2-hour wait. Yeah, like comfortably a 2-hour wait. So landed, went downtown, went to Revolution for brunch, grabbed some cupcakes from my a cupcake spot, and headed back out here. That was the last time I was down there.
I just asked because I went down there last weekend, and no secret or anything like that. There's a lot of cranes downtown, a lot of developments, even more. It feels like
cranes,
like even more. And you see the outline of finally what's supposed to be happening. in the new downtown.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it looks like it's going to be very cool. If they had that stadium, it just changes everything. It would be awesome if they had the stadium. I don't know what they're going to do without the stadium, though, because it feels like there's just going to be this big gaping hole, kind of like what's already downtown next to what's that, Capitol Boulevard, down the street from Golden One. That hole in the ground has been there for a decade plus. They're building everywhere else downtown, but they can't find a way to do something with that hole in the ground.
My where I got on the plane didn't have a McDonald's. Like, I'm not kidding when I say it was just one Starbucks. That's all that was there. And that's Cap. It's actually not Pushkin's. It's Mud Pie Stand, and it is it. It's so good. We got Baldy tomorrow. Yeah. No Deuce and Mo.
Yeah, it was supposed to be really, really big. I remember reading about that, Roddy.
Twitter is definitely a great way to connect with us, as is the chat here on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. The YouTube crowd been having a blast here in the chat house, but they got me begging for likes. They haven't hit the thumbs up yet. So if you're watching, we got to do better, man. But they keep us honest, man. They make us work. youtube.com/ESPN1320. If you are watching right now, please hit the thumbs up button. If you're not yet a subscriber, become one. We've got you covered. King season, for my money, I was going to say it starts next week. Hell, it may have started right now. Though I think whether you thought the Sacramento Kings were in the Ben Simmons sweepstakes or not, I think they are definitely out of it, as it has become clear by the wild actions in Minnesota that Ben Simmons is somehow going to wind up with a Timberwolves jersey on today. I'm more concerned. I'm more interested, I should say, with the WTF Karl Anthony Towns tweet, because that should lead to a phone call from our man Monty McNair and say, "Hey, man, we should talk. We should talk about this."
So the interesting thing is, I sit here and I think about the Timberwolves trying to trade for Ben Simmons. Probably the most realistic piece in trading for Ben Simmons is the person that probably wants him there the most. And that's D'Angelo Russell. And
yeah,
it would kind of defeat the purpose.
Yes.
And that's the one, like, you could say D'Angelo, I don't know, throwing like a Malik Beasley and 3 picks or whatever the case may be, but you got to have D'Angelo. Like, it's not the Patrick Beverly here. It's not going to work with Malik Beasley, the 4 first-round picks, and some other random role. Like, as desperate as Philadelphia is, if that's the price, then yes, you're just going to call Sacramento and be like, "Yo, you still got that universal deal?" You know what I mean? So to get as much as we think that they're going to get Ben Simmons, the person that is most associated or the most realistic with trading for Simmons would be the guy that wants him there the most.
ESPN has 6 different trade proposals, including one from the Sacramento Kings and one from the Minnesota Timberwolves, which got a lot more interesting today, that we'll bring to you here in just a heartbeat. We bring in our man Akash Anavarathan of Niners Nation. Akash, always a pleasure to talk with you. Curious what you thought about the 49ers offense on Sunday against Philadelphia.
How's it going, guys? Appreciate you for having me.
So good, man.
Yeah, I thought their offense this season has been as good as it has been under Kyle Shanahan and Jimmy Garoppolo. I mean, that opening half at Detroit, I thought they were fantastic. I think they had 5 possessions and they ended up scoring a touchdown on 3 of those. Since then, I think they've spluttered a little bit, a little inconsistent in the pass game. Their rushing attack has taken a hit ever since Raheem Mostert was out with injury. I think Elijah Mitchell hasn't quite lived up to the billing and has left a lot of yards out on the field. But, they played a tough Eagles front on Sunday. And so, you're grading them on a curve. But I think they're going to have to get better as the season goes on if they're going to be viewed as a, true playoff contender.
Akash, how do you look at that win in general in Philadelphia? A lot of people thought it was ugly. A lot of people, the offense wasn't there, whatever the case may be. But it seems as though, and this is kind of where I stand, the 49ers players were very excited, very happy with that win coming out of Philadelphia. How did you see that whole win going down in your eyes?
Yeah, I think fans and people in general were underrating the Philadelphia Eagles going into that game. They're really stout on both fronts. Their defensive line has been really, really good for years now, right? With Fletcher Cox, Brandon Graham, Derek Barnett, Hassan Ridgeway. They've got dudes all over the defensive line, and their offensive line was playing really well as well. So when you have good trench play, your team generally is competitive, and throw in the fact that it's a road game in Philly, even though they were there for a week, you have the early start at 10 a.m. And so you throw in all those factors, it becomes a tougher game. And I thought the defense played fantastic. D'Amico Ryans, who took a little bit of heat after week one for that second half performance, I thought he was fantastic. I think in the second half, the Eagles only had that one scoring drive. I think Jalen Hurts only completed 4 passes. I think he had 199 total yards passing, and really 91 of those came on that one play down the sideline. So if you take that away, he was, pretty close to 100 yards passing for the afternoon. So the defense was outstanding on Sunday. Offensively, a little hit or miss. I thought Jimmy Garoppolo was just a little inconsistent throwing the ball. He had some wide open misses, in the intermediate part of the field between 10 and 20 yards. Just, an area of the field that typically he's been pretty accurate. He was just missing throws. And then the run game, like I mentioned, wasn't as effective as it normally is under Kyle Shanahan and Mike McDaniel. So you combine those things, and they were a little inconsistent, but they had 2 massive drives, one to end the half, and then one in the second half that, basically put the game away. At the end of the day, you just look to get a win. They're 2-0, and now you move on to a really tough part of the schedule.
Yeah, and with that said, you just spoke well about the offense, but it feels like, or I'll ask you rather than telling you how I feel. Is this season successful? Like the better the defense is, the more successful the season will be. I feel like it might be the defense that winds up carrying this team this year.
Historically, right, under Kyle Shanahan and Jimmy Garoppolo, with this regime, it's kind of been a defensive-led team so far. Like in 2019 and 2020, the defense, at least according to DVOA, has been a top 10 unit. So far, I think they're 13th in total defense, and they're actually top 10 in total offense. So a little flipped from years past. And I do think the defense will get better as the season goes on. Just under D'Amico Ryans, as they continue to get healthy, hopefully get the secondary cornerback situation figured out. I do think the defense will get better. But this offense has a chance to be explosive. As long as they're healthy, they have George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk hopefully playing more. And then they get the running back situation figured out, and hopefully Jimmy Garoppolo stays healthy. This offense should be able to score on just about anybody. Their offensive line has been playing fantastic. I don't think they've given up a sack yet, and they've been far better than they were last season. So I think, yes, the defense will get better as the season goes on, but I think it's going to be an offensive-led team, just given how talented they are on that side of the ball.
Yeah, Kosh, you talk about the offensive line. I had the exact number. They've only given up 1 sack. That's the best in the NFL through 2 weeks. So they've played phenomenal. You talk about the explosiveness of the offense and what they could do. And this is a double-edged sword because I agree with you 100%. I think they will get it on track. But one of the frustrating things for me watching that game on Sunday was you have one of the most dynamic and destructive forces in the NFL in George Kittle, and he only gets 4 targets. I need that guy getting 4 targets a half. Maybe, depending on the situation, 4 targets a quarter. I want to see him more involved. Do you think it's a situation where Kyle is maybe pacing himself with George Kittle to make sure that he can get him through 17, 18 weeks or whatever the case may be? Or is it something that you see changing immediately after what we saw on Sunday?
I think George Kittle was a glorified offensive lineman, 6 offensive linemen on Sunday, just like you mentioned. I think, 4 targets, right? And I think, depending on the matchup, Kyle Shanahan's going to use George Kittle differently. And against the Eagles, against that defensive line, and that pass rush was keying off early, I think Kyle Shanahan realized that, he needed the extra blocker to stay in line to help pass protect. And I think that became George Kittle's role. And unfortunately, because he's so dynamic in the receiving game as well, that in certain situations where you need him to save and protect, you miss his receiving ability. And I think that was more the case on Sunday. And, you also throw in the fact that Deebo Samuel has looked fantastic, probably as good as he ever has from, just the athletic standpoint and what he's been able to do. I think it was more game plan dictated rather than, anything to do with George Kittle.
I got you.
Hey, what are they going to do with the running back position this week? Because they bringing in just about everybody. Have you been signed yet? Have you been signed yet to play running back for the 49ers?
How are you in the zone read scheme?
Are you on the practice squad, Akash?
I was going to say my agent's been in touch with me.
There you go. There you go.
But no, I saw something that was like they've got everybody from like the 2012 fantasy all-pro team basically coming in, right? They had a bunch of guys come in yesterday, and I think they ended up signing Chris Thompson, who was actually a Kyle Shanahan draft pick in Washington back in 2013. So
nice.
He's got full circle. And, a 30-year-old running back, a little bit smaller, more of a change of pace back. They signed Jacques Patrick yesterday off the Bengals practice squad. He's more of a bruiser at 6'2", 230. So maybe the 49ers are looking for more durability and size there. But they've got kind of a mess at running back, right? I think Elijah Mitchell, while he had the 100-yard game against the Lions, like I said, I think he's left a lot of yards on the field. There's the advanced stat rushing yards over expected, which basically takes, you're expected to run for these many yards on a certain play. What do you actually run for? He's in the negative. I think in the bottom 10 of that statistic. So he's running for, 1.2 yards less than expected on a given play, which is not good in this offense. So, more Trey Sermon, hopefully. I know he's coming off a concussion. Hopefully they can play this week or next week. And then Jeff Wilson, who's on the PUP list, should be available in the next month or so. And I think the running back position group is just going to be, a work in progress until these guys get healthy. But yeah, interested to see how they get the new names into the mix. I imagine that they'll also promote Kerryon Johnson off the practice squad on game day. So expect to see a little bit of him. He's been banged up a lot in his career, so not sure what to expect there. But hopefully it won't be an issue this week against the Packers because their defense seems to be very Swiss cheese-like under Joe Barry. So hopefully the 49ers offense won't worry too much about the running back situation this week.
Well, what's your early thoughts about this Packers game, man? Are you thinking it's going to be more of the same of what has gone on when Aaron Rodgers and those guys have come to San Francisco? Or is it something that, you should be aware of if you're a 49ers fan? This 1-1 Packers team coming in here, maybe a little hungry here, maybe looking at San Francisco as an opportunity to get all the way right. How do you see this one playing out on Sunday night?
I see it very similar to that regular season game in 2019.
Oh, I love that.
Football.
Yeah, I would love that. Let's go.
It was late in the season. You remember the George Kittle corner post touchdown. That was a massive play. I think they won that game by double digits. It was a blowout, and I expect a similar result. This Packers defense is atrocious.
Oh, wow.
They fired Mike Pettin, hoping that they would improve, and they hired Joe Barry, who I think was the Rams linebackers coach for the last 3 or 4 seasons, and it has just not been very good. I think they're bottom 5 in rush DVOA and pass defense DVOA, so they're not a good unit against the run or the pass. They struggled week 1 against Jameis. Jameis Winston looked fantastic. And then last week, on Monday Night Football, Jared Goff seemed to be having his way with the Packers defense in that first half. And there was a part of me that thought they may pull off the upset. So I can only imagine what Kyle Shanahan and Mike McDaniel are going to do to this defense. So I fully expect Jimmy Garoppolo and this offense to have their way. But on the flip side of the ball, Aaron Rodgers looked a little shaky week one against the pressure that the Saints brought. And, this 49ers defensive line isn't like the one last year that Aaron Rodgers was able to slice and dice. They've got Nick Bosa, they've got Dean Ford, Sampson never comes back. You throw in Eric Armstead, who's playing fantastic, Sacramento native.
Yeah.
Javon Kinlaw. So they're just so deep at defensive line that I think they're going to give Aaron Rodgers fits. Still no David Bakhtiari at left tackle for the Packers. So I think it's going to be very similar to those two matchups in 2019, where the 49ers they're a better team, they're a better roster, I think they're better coached. And they should come out and win this. I think they're 4-point favorites. I'd imagine they win this by double digits.
I need that, Akash. I need that. Give me a 49ers beat down of the Packers on national TV Sunday Night Football. I need all of that. Real quick, let me ask you a question. Another one, Akash. Game 1, Trey Lance played 4 or 5 snaps. Game 2, he played 0. This Sunday against the Packers, you think it's going to be more like Game 1 or Game 2?
More like Game 1. I think this is the perfect opportunity to introduce Trey Lance. I think the week 2, not playing him against the Eagles was, again, matchup dependent, right? Eagles have a stout front, and why would you risk your number 3 overall pick against a team that has a really good defensive line, especially when you're trying to use him in these short yardage red zone situations where you're probably going to be running him. And, the Packers don't present that same threat. And with all the pre-snap motion that's involved, I think the use of Trey Lance is going to really throw off Joe Barry and that defensive staff. So I would expect to see more of him in this game. And then, the other thing, it's a Sunday Night Football game, prime time against the Packers. I imagine Kyle Shanahan wants to show off his, future quarterback off with some different plays. So I imagine Trey Lance gets more run in this game compared to the last few weeks.
We'll just bring this full circle as we let you go, Akash. Are the 49ers going to sign Ben Simmons? All right.
Oh, man. I don't know where Ben Simmons is going to go. Maybe Sacramento. Who knows? I was listening to you guys before I hopped on. But, if Ben Simmons can play running back,
it might work.
49ers.
Yeah, it might work. The Shanna Plan is the name of the podcast over there on Niners Nation. Go check that out. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Ben Simmons, the Kings will sign him. Jed York has ties to the Kings. They'll try to have him in running back, and Ben Simmons is going to be there like,
what more do you want from me?
Akash, we appreciate you, my man. Thank you as always.
Appreciate it, guys. Thanks.
All right. Again, the Shanna Plan is the name of the podcast.
Shanna Plan.
Yeah,
like
Akash
that.
does great work over there.
Wow.
At Niners Nation as we start to ramp up. By the way, Brian Baldinger is going to be joining us.
Baldy in the house. Let's go.
Tomorrow at 12:30. Baldy will be with us as we get ready for the San Francisco 49ers and the Green Bay Packers. You are already hyped. You've been turned up for this game since Monday, man.
Oh, yeah, man. It's Packers week.
I ain't seen nothing like this since Seahawks week last year.
There's a couple of weeks out there. There's a few weeks now. You know what I mean? With the Niners. You got your Seahawks week. You got your Rams week. Rams week is back. There used to be a thing in the 80s and the 90s. Then they left. And for us, it wasn't really a big thing. But since they've come back to LA, Rams week is back. And I asked this question, and maybe you guys can call in. Let us know what you think. Niner fans, 916-349-1320. Get in on the chat on YouTube or Twitch. What's the bigger rivalry for the 49ers right now? Who do you hate more? The Rams or the Seahawks? Because for the last decade, it's clearly been the Seahawks. But I don't know, man. Something about the Rams being back in LA. I don't like Aaron Donald. I like my man Ramsey, but he's always running his mouth. He's gonna be talking and doing all that other stuff. Sean McVay, just something about. I don't like the Rams. I don't think that's going away. No time soon. I don't know. I was torn. I really don't like the Rams, and they're up there with the Seahawks. So there's Rams week, Seahawks week, obviously Cowboys week, and Packers week. And that's what we got this week. Packers week. There ain't no Cardinals week, but there is a Packers week. I want some of them cheeseheads. Oh, just
could there be a Cardinals week ahead if the Cardinals continue to be good?
No.
Okay. All right. Well,
no. The Cardinals were good at one point. and the Niners were
then
bad.
I don't know that question or the answer to that right now.
Okay.
The Cardinals were good at one point with Kurt Warner, and they beat up on the 40. We didn't feel no.
Went
Once
to the
we got
Super Bowl.
good, we just smacked them around. It wasn't no big deal. Although I think I told you one time I was listening to Arizona radio, and they were ranking their top 5 villains in Phoenix, Arizona, whatever sports. And number 2, like teams they hated.
No, I got you. I was trying to think who it would be.
Yeah. Now, I didn't even know this, but number 2 on that list were the 49ers.
Wow.
I
Who
would have
was number
never thought
1?
that. The Lakers.
Okay. All right. I mean, okay. Man, where would the Cardinals be on the list? They'd be below the Packers, the Cowboys, the Seahawks.
Ooh, yeah,
Probably
that's
be below
tough.
the Rams too.
Oh, they're for sure below the Rams. I can give you a quick
That's so
synopsis.
sad.
Yeah, I can give you. I mean, let's see. You'd probably go Rams, Seahawks, Cowboys, Packers. You probably throw the Saints on there. We're not really big on the Saints. Oh, the New York Giants. Yeah, we're not really feeling them too much. The Raiders. We're at 7 now, or maybe at 8. I don't know.
Might be there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
8
not
or
really a
9.
rivalry if you're getting that far down. Like it's not
8 or 9.
that.
I think the Falcons might go ahead. The old NFC West, they might go in that category too. I don't know. The Cardinals. Yeah, we won't be thinking about the Cardinals like that. But they hate us.
You might have to be thinking about them this year, man. They're playing some good ball right now. They're one of the handful of teams that are playing some good ball right now. I had mentioned ESPN presented 6 different trade scenarios for Ben Simmons. We'll have those coming up for you here in just a couple of minutes. I'm looking at Jesse put out a clip of the show yesterday, and it was our conversation about how I tried to watch Ted Lasso for a minute, and I couldn't really get into it. And I acknowledge that I'm gonna give it another shot. Like I'm gonna give it a real shot, maybe just on a different day when I'm in a different mood. I'm gonna give it a try. But Jesse tagged that with what's a really like universally liked show. What's a popular show that you just couldn't get into, that everybody else likes, you just couldn't get into? Seeing a lot of Friends references, Game of Thrones, different things like that. Joe Shasky just slid into the mentions. Butcher Boy jumps here into the mentions and says, The Office.
Oh, boy.
It's ridiculously overrated and not funny.
Oh my good. Look, man, don't even read it no more, because I like when Joe's on the show. He maybe get banished from being on D-Lo and KC now because of this.
Really? Like, I mean, everybody's entitled to their opinions, even when they're bad ones. But man, ridiculously overrated and not funny. I didn't say Ted Lasso wasn't funny. I just said I couldn't get into it. Friends, no, just not interested.
Well, no.
But The Office isn't funny, and I've said there are things that I probably find funny, other people don't. There are things that people find, like I think Napoleon Dynamite is the stupidest movie ever created.
Oh, you're wrong.
It's so like I remember that's one of the few movies I watched and was pissed when it was over. I was like,
wow.
Y'all like this trash for real? This is what y'all talking about?
That movie was funny.
So I get it. My tastes are different, but The Office from Joe Shasky, one-time friend of D-Lo and KC, says it's ridiculously overrated and not funny.
One of those things for me is like, and maybe I got to go back and watch it, but people loved Half Baked. I don't think that's funny at all.
I think that's one of those like weed humor doesn't move me. Like, I don't find it funny.
I don't either.
Like even How High to me wasn't like it was more funny because it was Redman and Method Man. That's what was funny about it. But the movie in itself wasn't funny.
No.
Yeah, that stuff doesn't. It was Half Baked. Was that was Dave Chappelle, right?
Yeah, that was Chappelle. Some people feel that way about the Wayans brothers. I think the Wayans brothers is hilarious. They think it's silly and stupid.
They're stupid. It's terrible.
That's hilarious.
They're terrible.
When you get Marlon
watch
and
it.
Pops on the same set, come on now.
Oh, you're talking about Wayne's Brothers, the TV show.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you just meant the Wayne's Brothers in general. I thought you were roping in like White Chicks and Scary Movie, and I thought you were putting all of that stuff under one umbrella.
No. Don't Be a Menace is up there too. You know
that's crazy. Don't Be a Menace is ultra silly.
It's a hilarious movie. You know who has a really good stand-up? I don't really watch a whole lot of stand-ups, but I saw this and it's very, very funny. Is Davion Cole. Have you seen that?
No, you told me about that one before and I just haven't seen it.
Davion Cole. That's a funny boy. First of all, he kills his role on Blackish. Like he
100%.
bodies that. And then
double dips in Grownish, and that makes it all the more better.
Double dips and Grownish. I even like his little stupid Old Spice commercials.
The one with Patti LaBelle is great. The one with Patti LaBelle is really good.
I just wanted my own body wash. That was for me.
I find him funny too. I find the uncle hilarious. Let's step out. Let's reset. We'll come back. We mentioned these trades from ESPN. We'll throw those out there. It appears that there is a hell of a story that's going to be coming out of the Minnesota Timberwolves camp. We'll talk more about that. We'll dive back into the NBA. At some point, we've been wanting to do it for 3 days. We'll get to this 3-guard lineup. What 3-guard lineup will be most effective for the Kings? And you'll hear what De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Haliburton, Harrison Barnes, Davion Mitchell, you hear what they all had to say regarding a 3-guard lineup. As D'Lo and KC continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
I got 2 things for you when we come back on the air. Remind me, 2 things.
Out the gate?
Yeah, just real quick.
I should have called an audible, by the way. I thought of it. That's my bad. I should have called an audible. I should have.
Pineapple Express.
That was dumb too.
I thought Pineapple Express.
Oh dear. Oh boy.
Oh,
Jill. Wait, Jill, is this real? Jill, are you in here? Ooh, this is a little spicy.
Oh, salacious.
Oh. Okay, we ain't taking this to the air, but I'm gonna send you what Jilly just sent me. This is a little bit spicy. Oh dear.
Jill be having all the tea, man.
Jill is the true NBA insider. All right, I sent it to the show. I sent it to the show thread. That first tweet was sent on October 5th or August 5th. Excuse me. That first tweet was sent on August 5th. And that second one, I think that was tweeted today.
Oh.
Oh, Lord.
Oh my.
I need that story. Hey, damn. Okay. Well, I guess it's the live stream. So I'm not going to say this on the radio. On Twitter, because it's readily available for you on Twitter. There's a rumor of inappropriate personal assistant behavior.
Oof.
Let's phrase it as that. Inappropriate personal assistant behavior.
Wait a minute. Let me see something.
Yeah. We got to get that freaking line fixed, man. It drives me nuts. Like, how are we a year into this and we can't figure out why all the calls sound like crap? I bet Jill ain't retweeting none of that stuff.
Let's see.
Can't do that.
Not gonna be able to do it.
Can't do that. Is that Ramon? Is that who's on the line? Okay. So yes, in Minnesota. Yes,
look, I went there. Yeah, he's smelling the beans right now.
Oh, he's still tweeting.
Yeah.
What's the tag? So people, it's the Hill Rat.
Yeah.
So y'all go to the Hill Rat, HILLARAT, the Hill Rat on Twitter. Oh boy.
Yo,
Oh,
he's
boy.
spilling all the tea.
And it's not like just today. Like he been talking.
Oof.
Oh dear.
Wait a minute. Who is this guy?
It don't look like he anybody. Man, that might have been the girl's wife or something. Her husband. He knew.
He knew.
Ooh.
Either them or the Marlins.
Yeah, Marlins up there. Which that's funny because that's Jeter's squad, isn't it? Marlins, Jeter, and
I don't think the Marlins have won, like made the playoffs. They were in the playoffs last year when they had 8 teams in there.
that's the Hill Rat is definitely the third man. It's literally the Hill Rat. No creative spelling for my man. Let me make sure. Yeah, at the Hill Rat. I need to know how you spelled it, Co, by the way, just for the record. It's a wild world in Minnesota right now.
Bilo and JC, boy, I tell you.
Timberwolves Twitter is going ham.
Oh, man.
And boy, when I say they going at it, I mean they going at it. We'll leave that out there. We'll leave that out there in the Twitterverse for you to seek out on your own. Salacious, yet tragic. 916-349-1320. I know you've got a couple of things you want to throw at me, but I want to get to a couple of these phone calls here real quick. Again, 916-349-1320. Let's go to Ramon first. Ramon, what's happening, man?
Man, what's going on? First and foremost, thank you guys for having me. Just real quick, man, I just wanted to touch on the topic of Niners, biggest rivals, man. I got to disagree. It's Seattle. It's still Seattle. And like you said, it's been a decade going back and forth, but the games are more meaningful. I mean, they're games that will decide who's winning the division. They've been games who decide who's moving on in the playoffs, and they've been games who's decided who's going to the Super Bowl. And I just remember in 19, man, when it was the Packers in Seattle, I was like, I would much rather play the Packers, which we destroyed, and I knew it, versus Seattle for the third time. I was just like, that's just a matchup I don't want. I'd rather not see Seattle just because of how 50-50 those games have been. And I just feel way more confident in our skill set. And I know the Rams are getting better, Arizona's getting better. But when it just comes to Seattle right now, and just from a personal experience and being at Niner games and having Seattle there, I can't stand their fan base. I hate everything about them, and Seattle is still that team right now that still gets under my skin, man. Seattle's still that team, man.
I feel I understand everything that he's talking about. I understand completely. It's also probably
you don't have to word Kenny up to talk trash about Seattle. Ramon, we appreciate you. Great call, by the way.
We got Packer week, and then we got Seahawks week. I'm trying not to look ahead, but Seahawks week is coming, and I'm gonna say it right now.
Oh,
I'm going to say it right now. I'm not putting the cart before the horse. All right. Okay. But I'm saying it right now. I ask other people to say it with their chest. I'm going to say it with my chest.
Okay.
Danny in San Francisco, if you're listening, I want Softy. I want Softy on this show, and I need to say a couple words to him. I'm putting it out on the airwaves right now. I want Softy. Danny in San Francisco, you know who I'm talking about. You know. I want Softy. The man's got me blocked. So if anybody out there on Twitter and in the chatty house knows who I'm talking about, Softy KJR, I want him. Tell him I want some of him.
I have so many questions. First, why do you get blocked by so many people on Twitter?
I don't know, because Softy's soft. That's why.
Okay, who's Softy?
He a radio dude in Seattle. Be running his mouth. I want him on this show. I got some things to say to him.
Well, that probably means he's going to appear on another radio station this week.
It's actually their boy, actually.
Why does that not surprise me? So shout out to the dude at the other station who's listening right now, and you're welcome. Here's another producer moment for you. I think we got Mitch here. Mitch in New Jersey. Mitch, what's going on, baby?
Hey, I tweet you. I follow you.
Yeah.
Response. What? My accent? I love this year.
When did you tweet me, Mitch? What you talking about?
What time? I'm not gonna talk about boxing because there's a brutal barbaric sport, but I just
What's your handle? You know I will respond to you, Mitch.
all right. Next time I see a tweet, it better not be boxing though.
Well, what is your handle so I can know who you are? What are you on Twitter?
I got a picture of me and my dog, my late great dog.
Mitch, change your Twitter handle to @Mitch in New Jersey.
Or how about just tweet me now so I know who you are?
As I pull over to them done with this call, I say it's the Rams. I don't know why you hate Sam Darnold. You must be a Dodger fan because I guess the press is getting Casey.
I don't hate Sam Darnold.
I think okay.
I think the Rams and 49ers are both to make the playoffs.
I never. I think he meant Matt Stafford. I don't know what's. I don't know what Sam Darnold has to. I know he meant Matt Stafford. I cherish Mitch, man.
Mitch is my guy, man. Mitch, if you listen, man, when you get to a safe spot, go ahead and tweet me so I know who you are. You know I'll respond back to you, Mitch. And maybe you might be on one of them lists that are people that I say I do not talk boxing with, but you say you don't even talk about boxing. So I don't know what it is, Mitch. But Mitch says the rant, and this is what I was going to say before I went into my rant. I think the 49ers rivalry thing is a little generational. You got people that were around in the 80s and 90s. They'll probably tell you it's the like Ronnie Lott, who is still a Niner to this day. All right. He'll say Seahawks and Niners is cool, but Rams week is where it's at. Like Rams is what it is. He lived through that. People in that era lived through that. You get guys kind of like myself. I didn't really get the Rams stuff. Like I was really, really young. You get guys like myself and younger. They're going to tell you it's the Seahawks. But I understand the history of 49ers Rams, LA versus San Francisco. That was a big deal back in the late 80s, early 90s. It's back now, and I'm feeling those vibes. I don't like them Rams.
Okay. Were those the two things that you brought to my attention during the commercial break that you wanted to get off your chest, including the epic call out of a Seattle radio show host?
No, that's not.
Oh,
these were two really quick.
These were two different things. Okay.
Yeah, two different
things.
These are
you had a lot you wanted to get out before that commercial break. So, hey, I'll let you rock, baby. I'm just here for you.
These are two really quick. So we've been talking about Robin Givens since we connected today. And we were trying to figure out where we saw her last. The show was Riverdale. That's the show she was on.
Riverdale. Okay.
Yeah, it's like a Archie comics. They dramatized that on the CW, and I've seen Jazz.
I'm gonna be honest. That's not the one I was. That's not the one.
Well, she was on another one, but I think that was most recently what she was on. And Jazz would watch that, and I'd come in, I'd see it on. I'm like, okay, whatever. And then I saw Robin Givens. I was like, oh, well, I'll sit down and watch this. So there's that. And then listen to this headline. This is just a funny. This is a funny headline. We were talking about David Griffin earlier. And the headline.
There's some funny headlines out there with David Griffin today.
This might be one that you saw. Why Zion Williamson doesn't like Pelicans GM David Griffin, even though Griffin played the piano for him.
Yeah, that's a hell of a headline. That's a hell of a headline right there.
Even though he played the piano for him.
You know what's going on? What's going on in Minnesota might have took some heat off of the New Orleans Pelicans, because that NOLA.com article was interesting.
I got to read that, but I heard about it.
Calling him Griff Krause. Yeah, he doesn't seem Griff doesn't seem to be too loved there in New Orleans right now. A couple other notes. Let's get to this. ESPN released its top 25. Well, they released 50 to 25. They're doing their top 100 list. We wondered where De'Aaron Fox would be released. Well, they released 25 through 50 today, and De'Aaron Fox is on that part of the list.
Yeah, I figured.
De'Aaron, 34. You know, we got to bring up Ja Morant. Ja Morant, 31. Ben Simmons, 28.
Interesting.
So Ben Simmons, 28. Ja Morant, 31. De'Aaron Fox, 34. As ESPN released their 25 to 50 portion of their top.
You got any issue with that?
Fox and De'Aaron are, Fox and De'Aaron. De'Aaron and Ja are close enough that I guess I won't. It's a conversation. It's a fun conversation with those two. Ben, I'm not as, I don't know what the right word to use is here. I'm not as dismissive of Ben as you are. I don't think so. I don't think I have a big issue with it. I mean, I'd like to look at it in its totality a little bit more, but I don't think I have a big issue with that. I would have liked to, again, without, not having the list entirely in front of me, to go through like the top 33 players right now would be tasking and poor radio. But I'd like to look at it a little deeper when the other ones come out. But right now, I don't have a problem with how close Ja and De'Aaron are. I'll say that.
No, I don't either. I mean, obviously, I think De'Aaron is the better player of the two, but he's just not going to get that rub. He's not going to get that level of respect over Ja in the national media until this team is a little better, or at least on the same level.
Yeah.
So even though to me it's clear he's clearly a better basketball player, but
I kind of feel like that too. But our last impression of Ja was he was pretty damn good.
He is pretty damn good.
I mean, you remember the last thing you saw with great fondness, hello, Ben Simmons. The last thing you saw is both the best and the worst thing.
Yeah.
Like it's amplified when it's bad. It's amplified when it's good. And those are two opposite ends of the spectrum. Ben Simmons was bad. It's amplified. And truth, it was really bad. Ja was really, really good. So it gets amplified a little bit. I don't think they went overboard, though, by putting Ja at 31. So, yeah, right now on the surface, I don't have a problem with it. We'll dive a little bit deeper into it when the entire list comes out here in the upcoming days. A reminder here at the top of the 2 o'clock hour, Matt George is going to be with us coming up at 3:20-ish. So make sure that you are with us then. Again, Matt George, Locked On Kings podcast, will be with us coming up at 3:20-ish. James Ham will return from his vacation with us either later this week or back to his normal time slot next week. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. We appreciate you for being with us here on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Been an eventful day in the NBA. Minnesota Timberwolves let go of their general manager. Is popping on Twitter right now. If you know what you're looking for, search around Twitter for reasons that Minnesota may have moved on from the general manager. Of course, the immediate joke today was, they're going to acquire Ben Simmons by the end of the afternoon. And that very well may be true, as ESPN put out a list of potential trade destinations, 6 likely trade destinations for Ben Simmons. Sacramento is one of those. But their trade proposal is not the universal trade proposal. It includes Tyrese Haliburton. And as we have learned and have discussed, that's a no for me, dog. That ain't happening. I'll say this, though, because you've asked about Buddy and their shooters playing together. Here's what, and I'm not familiar with, I think it's Andre Snellings, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. I'm not familiar with him as a writer. But he wrote, Hield and Seth Curry on the court simultaneously getting open shots, create defensive attention drawn by Joel Embiid is a scary thought. Bagley was the number 2 overall pick in the draft just 3 years ago. And if he can shed his injury-prone label, he still has a mountain of potential. He goes on to talk a little bit more about Buddy and Bagley and the near deal with the Lakers. And then he talks about Tyrese. Haliburton is an outstanding young player, but Simmons has legitimate, achievable all-NBA upside, and at 25 could become a long-term centerpiece of the franchise, talking about the Kings. Simmons could also fit with De'Aaron Fox, Sacramento's other main pillar, by moving to more of a front court role and anchoring the defense while providing the secondary playmaker role on offense. So that's his breakdown of the Sacramento Kings. You mentioned this one earlier, partner, Minnesota, and the most likely way for them to land Ben Simmons, for Minnesota's most likely way to land Ben Simmons, is to get rid of D'Angelo Russell. Their trade proposal is, in fact, D'Angelo Russell, a protected 2022 pick, and a protected 2024 pick. Obviously, both first rounds, top 3 protected.
The crazy thing about that is, I don't want to say I don't want D'Angelo Russell, but I don't know. If I'm Philly, I don't know if
that doesn't work for me if I'm Philly.
Yeah, but I don't think I have the infrastructure in place to take on D'Angelo Russell. Like, not that he's like a problem or anything, but just his style of play. He's more of a bucket getter, really, really offensive minded. You know, he's not an all around point guard like that. I wouldn't. I don't know. I don't know if I'd be breaking my neck to get D'Angelo Russell.
But is it breaking your neck, though, if you just want to move on from Ben Simmons? Here's what Bobby Marks wrote. Bobby Marks wrote about the Minnesota Timberwolves deal. He said, this is not the grandfather of an offer that Morey was holding out for, but it is the best available trade package that will come his way. You agree with that? D'Angelo Russell is better. And I mean, you've got the picks there. D'Angelo Russell better than acquiring Buddy Hield and Marvin Bagley. And I don't know how the picks are protected, but we'll say 2 picks from there.
Yeah, I'm not crazy about D'Angelo Russell, but if I'm being fair, he's a better get.
He's the best player in the trade, right?
Yeah.
But does he? I feel like D'Angelo needs a. I don't want this to. Does D'Angelo Russell work with everybody? Like, in terms of winning, I know how skilled he is, but does his style of play work with every team in the league?
No,
I don't. I didn't think so.
No.
Either.
Now, does it work with Philly? It might. I think they'll be taking a major hit on the defensive end. But I mean, they probably be taking a major hit on the defensive end with Buddy and Bagley. So, they got Thibault still there. Tyrese Maxey will probably be there. I don't think he'll be involved in the Simmons trade. So, I like.
There's a Cavaliers deal in here. That's kind of funny.
What's that one?
Kevin Love. 2022 unprotected, 2024 top 4 protected, 2026 top 4 protected.
The trade is just dumb.
That is,
you could have stopped the article at we have 5 good trades for Ben.
Kevin Pelton wrote that. You missed me with that.
Yeah. What's the other one while we're here?
Chicago, Zach LaVine and Derek Jones.
Yeah, that'd be phenomenal for
Philadelphia. Yeah. And then there's two different Portland trades. There's the Trailblazers get Ben Simmons, Tyrese Maxey in 2 first-round picks, and the 76ers get Dame Lillard. The other one,
that doesn't seem incredibly unfair. That actually isn't bad for both teams.
If you're willing to do it, I guess it's not. You lost your centerpiece in Portland. that's
Philly
tough.
The trade by getting Dame Lillard for
sure.
Ben Simmons easily. But I mean, if I'm Portland, Maxey to go along with CJ and Ben Simmons, it's not bad.
Ben Simmons, I think you've said this 1,000 times. Ben Simmons has to have not that different than D'Angelo Russell, just a different makeup.
Mm-hmm.
Ben Simmons needs certain types of players around him.
Mm-hmm.
If Dame's gone, he don't have that in Portland.
He's got CJ. And it depends on what you think about Maxey as a prospect.
Yeah.
He's got. Look, they're competing for the play-in at best, but I mean,
it don't bother me any, by the way. Like, go ahead, Portland. Go ahead, do it. It don't bother me any
at all. Like I said, you're at best case scenario, you're competing for the play-in, if not being outright one of the worst teams in the West. But you get a draft pick, you get a young prospect like Maxey, and you get Ben Simmons. So not a bad start. If you're Portland. The other one I'm assuming involves CJ McCollum going to Philly.
CJ, Nasir Little, and a future first-round pick. And that's all it's labeled at. I don't know if Bobby wrote this one too. No, Tim McMahon wrote that one. But yeah, that's a situation where you pair Ben Simmons and Dame Lillard up together, along with first-year head coach Chauncey Billups. Oh.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what any of these potential deals do, and I wonder if there's a team that just no one's thrown out there in the hypothetical trade situations that no one's talking about, that just RKOs out of nowhere and lands Ben Simmons in a deal where you go, okay, that worked, or nah, that was too much. Missed.
All you need is one. That's what I say.
That's what you keep saying.
What a lot of people think, if they think like me or whatever the case may be, as long as if you're the Sixers, as long as it's 29 teams that think like me and not 30, it's all that really matters. You just need that one. So we'll see.
Who's that one? We talked about who's the third man. Well, who's the one? Who's the one team who's going to step out there and do it? Everybody thinks it's Minnesota today because of all of the news going on in Minnesota. The Timberwolves are just absolutely on fire right now, and not in a good way. They are an absolute disaster. Moving on from their general manager just days before the start of training camp. Now, it's not like Shashin Gupta is new to the team, and there does seem to be some discrepancy whether he is the interim head of basketball operations or now, a couple of different reporters have said the interim head of basketball operations. Shams did not. Shams said he is the new, and maybe I'm just picking apart stuff here. Maybe there is no, it feels like there's some strength in that title, interim versus not, but point being, Sachin Gupta's been there. It's not like he's just walking in the door trying to put this thing together. Like, he's been there. He's been familiar with the inner workings of the Minnesota Timberwolves. So while it looks bad, it might not be a massive disaster. Though we also saw a report that Mark Lore and Alex Rodriguez were interested in Elton Brand, which is, if I'm a Minnesota Timberwolves fan, I'm immediately going, oh no, don't be those types of owners, man. That is not what we need. We are not here for that. We do not need you guys getting involved in this. No. We don't need Alex Rodriguez selecting our general manager.
That's not the answer. It's not the answer whatsoever.
Let's get back to these phones here. 916-349-1320. If you want to get in on the conversation, of course you can on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320 as well. Will, what's going on, baby?
Hey guys, how's it going today? Hey, so here's the thing. I've played basketball and coached basketball a good portion of my adult life, and this is the problem most casual fans have, and you guys are pointing it out. When you're building a team, it's not about chasing a name. It's about fit. And Ben Simmons doesn't fit in most places in the league, and the same reason Philly's teams haven't worked and got over the hump, because they haven't built the right guys around them beating Simmons. That could be a wonderful combination if you had shooters, if you had, role players doing their roles and let those guys just do their thing. But they've never built the right guys around them. Same thing with D'Lo. He's a very specific player and a high demand guy as far as touches. But with an Embiid, because he has to be the number one touch on the team. That's That's why I don't think it works in Minnesota.
Well, real quick, and keep Will if you can, because I want to hear what he has to say. And Philly, and I know this is going to come off as me bashing, Ben, I'm not, but I feel like everybody played their role. Tobias Harris, he had one bad game in that Atlanta series where he scored like 2 points. That was atrocious. But for the most part, he was like 18 points a game. Seth Curry played phenomenal. Shake Milton came off the bench and won a game, but then basically in game 2 of that series, hitting the jump shots. And Embiid was great. It seemed like in that particular case, at least, that the one part surrounding them that didn't come to play was Ben Simmons.
I don't disagree, and it looked like that last year. But here's the rub on that. And think about it this way: those guys are really. I mean, let's be honest. Of what a Seth Curry, a Shake Milton, those guys are. Those guys are a once in a blue moon pop up like that for a game. And yeah, you got to have that in the playoffs. You got to have somebody step up as that third or fourth guy who gives you that extra little 17 to 20 point unexpected performance.
Mm.
And you're right that Simmons dropped it. I don't doubt that for a second. I also have a real problem with the fact that his MVP candidate, number one guy on the team, and his very experienced championship caliber coach basically threw him under the bus, and the team did nothing to stop that. And they caused their own problem and killed its value. But for an example there, like you talked about Tobias Harris, I like Tobias Harris as a player, as a hustler in the vacuum. I have always liked Tobias Harris. Ultimately, Tobias Harris is not an all-star, and he's getting paid $40 million a year. If you do say move Simmons for CJ, and you pick up another non-all-star, very good player, but non-all-star at a $40 million year, you're locking up $80 million of cap and 2 non-all-stars.
Yeah.
That's a bad move.
Well, I hear you. I hear you. Absolutely. Appreciate you, Will.
My takeaway from that is all D-Los are very demanding. That's what I got out of that call right there.
Will those matter?
No. Every single one.
Real quick before we get out of here,
Yeah.
Mitch checked in on Twitter, and he just wanted to say he meant Aaron Donald. I know I don't like Aaron Donald, not Sam Darnold. His mistake.
Okay, that's all right. I'm with it, man. Whatever Mitch says, I ride with it. That's my guy. We'll step out. We'll come back. If you want to get on the phone lines again, you can. 916-349-1320. There's a lot more to talk about as it pertains to the Sacramento Kings that have nothing to do with Ben Simmons. I assure you that's all coming up unless something else happens here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Here we go. Let me get you.
I got you.
Yes, sir. 13th round with your man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to my people over at Meister. Shout out to Ryan. Shout out to the whole team over at Meister's. Always showing love with the Meister watches. I got to talk about it. One of the most exciting press conferences I've seen probably this year in a long while. Caleb Plant, Canelo Alvarez, them boys got after it yesterday, and I enjoyed every single bit of it. I mean, there was accusations of cheating. Well, it wasn't really an accusation. It was the man did get suspended, did get popped for PEDs. That's neither here nor there. There was name calling. There was English speaking Canelo, and I mean that affectionately because when Caleb said something and he goes, "Oh, you think that's funny?" and Canelo goes, "A little bit." This is hilarious. I loved it. I loved it all. They culminated with Canelo hearing Caleb say MFer. And took it as Caleb saying something about Canelo's mother, got him all riled up. They went to the face-to-face. Canelo shoves Caleb Plant. Caleb comes back, swings at Canelo. Canelo ducks out of the way and then hits him with the 1-2. Now, when you talk about this, we got to clear up. We got to check the Carfax here a little bit. We got to check the Carfax just a little bit. I'm just saying this is what we got to do. So people saw Canelo duck out of the way, get out of the way of the slap from Caleb Plant. Initially, it was, oh man, Canelo's too quick. You couldn't even touch him. Upon further review, checking the Carfax, Caleb did connect with Canelo, slapped him upside the head. There's a 2-shot still picture thing that is hilarious. So there's that. Then they're like, oh man, Canelo 2-pieced him and cut him open with his left hand. Well, actually, he smacked him with an open hand, and the glasses, the shades that Caleb had on, that's what cut his face. But who's worried about the truth? Who's worried about the facts when the lies are more entertaining? And I'm not mad at it because that was some good stuff yesterday. I can't wait for November 8th. I can't wait for Canelo Plant. Let's go. That's the 13th round. He smacked him. No, he smacked him. Everybody, well, at the very least, people were like, he ducked it completely. He definitely didn't. He didn't concuss him. I will say that, but he got him. He tapped him. Oh, that's exactly what. How you gonna bust somebody's eye with an open hand? Oh man, I gotta check this out. Devin Haney laughing at that boy Ryan Garcia. I got to talk about tomorrow. Maybe I'll do that. I'll talk about some of the cap that's going on with Ryan Garcia. I also got to get to Anthony Joshua fighting this week. I guess that'll just be on Friday. And that's his fault because he's with a subpar company like Matchroom and DAZN where nobody even really knows or cares that he's fighting this week. That's his fault. I think, John, this was some real heat. This yeah. Canelo don't like Plant. Plant don't like Canelo. Well, he said that to Andre 2 months ago, unless he was talking about his mother. I love Canelo's English though. Where he goes, oh, you think that's funny? A little bit. That cracked me up. Oh, it was dope. It was dope that it was really like legit funny, his response to that. A little bit. Oh no.
Check us out on the Odyssey app as well, along with Odyssey exclusive stations that are curated for sports listeners like you. You'll find your favorite artists on Odyssey 2 on the all-new Artist radio stations. Check out the new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar. Matt George of the Locked On Kings Network, Locked On Kings podcast. He's going to be with us in just about an hour or so. A couple of other notes, Casey. Yeah.
Before we get into the other notes, two things.
Mm-hmm.
Got to ask you. This is part of the notes. I think we're getting into the quick hits real quick. Mm-hmm. Did you see what I was talking about a little bit in the show yesterday? I just talked about on the 13th round just now. Canelo versus Caleb Plant.
I did.
Hey, that was real heat too. That was real
funny.
heat.
I found it funny.
Was hilarious.
And knowing like this, what you were talking about and what he said, like it was funny.
Now, I was thoroughly entertained. That's all I ask for in boxing a lot of times. In sports, entertain me. They entertained me yesterday. Can't wait for the fight. Second, did you see that fraud Conor McGregor at Wrigley Field?
I did, yes, and I agree. He is
so
yes.
Fake.
Yeah.
That was such a fake throw.
Not a fan. Yeah, that
whole hold on.
he
deserves both of them. Number one,
he's a clown.
There's that. Yes. And then number two.
Boy, these kids are some circus clowns.
No argument for me. You talk about entertainment. You're talking about entertain me. I peeked in for the first time a little bit on the Manning night football stuff. That it was entertaining. I enjoyed it. Like, not that I didn't think that I would enjoy Peyton and Eli doing it, but sometimes I like having the game on in the background. Sometimes I don't like being locked into the TV unless it's the 49ers or the Raiders or something along those lines. Sometimes I just like it. What was it? The Lions? Yeah, I don't need to be locked into everything.
Yeah, I probably need the Manning crew on that game.
So I flipped over and watched those guys, and I flipped over at the perfect time because it's when Peyton was talking about having a bugged locker room for the New England when they go to visit the New England Patriots. And what was funny is because he was telling the story so convincingly that I was like, if he walks this back tomorrow and he goes, oh, I was just kidding, trying to have fun, which he didn't, I'd be like, he's lying. No one tells a story that convincing that's not real. Like and then I think Jeff Saturday even said, well, I don't know if it was that night or the next morning. He has a gig on ESPN. He was like, oh, no, that's real. We never talked by the lockers. We would go in the showers and have the conversation. We would go somewhere else where they didn't think they could bug the room and have a conversation. Shouldn't that maybe be addressed?
Absolutely.
The fact that opponents think that opposing teams think that the New England Patriots visiting locker room is bugged.
Well, I've got a question.
If it hasn't been, it was addressed Monday night.
I've got a question for that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to do it. Okay. I'm not going to do it because I'm going to show respect for what the man was able to do on the field.
Mm-hmm.
But shouldn't this play a factor in Brady's legacy? Number one, they were caught. This is almost like Canelo. Like, we can talk about, all these accusations of them cheating or anything. Well, actually, they were caught cheating. Mm-hmm. The Spygate really happened.
Well, one, we've outlined this before. That stuff doesn't matter in football. You could murder in football. It doesn't matter. It doesn't. So you sure as hell can bug a locker room or record a walkthrough or record a practice or deflate a football. Like, you could do all that. Ain't nobody gonna care. Oh, you could take PEDs and people will. Fam, you could get suspended for drug use. For PED drug use and win the MVP in the Super Bowl the same year. You could do that in the NFL. And nobody sweeps stuff under the rug like the NFL does. And for me, with Brady, like, let's just go on the extreme end of the spectrum and say all of it is real. Does it affect Brady? Sure. To me, it affects Bill Belichick a lot more because I can't envision a scenario where Brady's going, bug the locker room.
Yeah, but I agree with you. I agree with what you're saying, but he benefited from it.
He did. Okay, let me again, if it's real, do you think he knew?
Yes.
Really? I don't think he did.
Yes.
I don't think he did. Like, I tell you all of the time.
You can't be there that long and be around that many people.
I disagree.
Be like, I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
I disagree. If the best, in my opinion, every college coach cheats. Every single one. But there's a system set up to make sure that the smart ones don't get caught. The idiots are the ones on the wiretap talking about the Adidas deal or the Nike deal or the booster money. Like, the actual coach on the phone talking about this stuff. They're the dumb ones.
Mm-hmm.
If you told me, if you said Duke has been cheating for years, this is, again, hypothetical. Duke has been cheating for years. Coach K has no idea, or couldn't, direct you to the person in charge of the scandal. Maybe he knows that they're cheating, but he couldn't direct you to the person in charge. I would completely believe you 100%, because there's a system set up. You insulate the most important people. In that case, you insulate Coach K. You insulate Roy Williams. You insulate the biggest coach, the Harbaughs, Myers, all of these different guys. In this case, you insulate Tom Brady. You keep him separated from all of that stuff.
I understand. I agree, and I understand. Here's one thing where I will push back a little bit and be like, Brady knew. And this is the stupidest of all the scandals for me. It really is. So I'm not acting like this is that big of a deal at all, because I hated this scandal. But the deflating of the footballs. Mm-hmm. If everything is true, you want to talk about habitual line steppers? Us here in New England, we are habitual line crossers. And if this is illegal to do, we're always going to push the limits here. This is what we do here. This is what we do. And he was comfortable doing something like that because this is what we do. We push the line here. To me, that's what makes me feel like he was aware of what was going on. Now, in 2001, before the Super Bowl, maybe he didn't know about the Spygate. Mm-hmm. He was a rookie, second-year player. He ain't got that much juice, you know what I'm saying, at that particular time. But by the time the Deflategate came around, he knew everything that had been going on, in my opinion. Now, him knowing it, I'm not saying Tom Brady should have been like, hey, you stop it, Bill, else I'm going to go tell right now. He's just like, oh, okay, that's what's going on. Well, I'm going to just worry about what I'm doing over here.
Mm-hmm.
Turn a blind eye, so to speak.
Maybe.
Brady's still great, though.
Speaking of, I think today, I don't remember if it's the 22nd or the 23rd, but either today or tomorrow is the 20th anniversary of his first start.
Tom Brady?
Yeah.
Did
Played
you know?
Peyton, by the way, in his first game.
Wow.
Played the Colts. Peyton Manning and the Colts in his first start.
Did you know, and this is, it's a little like shocking, but when you think about it, maybe not that much. His start on Sunday against the Rams will be his first ever game in Los Angeles. Tom Brady been around for a long time. Never played in Los Angeles. Not even a exhibition game.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I mean, there was no Los Angeles team.
They've been back in LA.
NFC.
I've been back in Sacramento for almost 4 or 5 years. They probably went back to LA the year before I left. So they've been in LA like 6 years now.
One more quick note before we get back to the Sacramento Kings. Did you see Reggie Bush's suggestion for new USC coach? Deion Sanders. Reggie Bush said Deion Sanders would be the perfect selection for USC. And in some ways, I get it.
Yeah, I don't think he's necessarily wrong.
From a certain perspective, I think Reggie Bush is spot on.
Yeah.
From the whole coaching perspective, I don't know.
I don't know how
about that yet.
Deion is a coach, but I know he knows how to go get them players.
You're gonna recruit,
and he'll be a monster in LA, in Southern California. All the DJs and the what's the young man at Alabama? You know, off the top of your head, the quarterback, Bryce. Oh man, what's his name? Bryce Young. All these, I saw somewhere the other day, they got like 5 or 6 guys that are, I think Rattlers is from that area, from the Southern California area, all around the country. None of them at USC. Deion gets there, they're not leaving the Southern California limits. They will have their, and we're not talking about just random quarterbacks. We're talking about Heisman hopefuls who are from Southern California or that area, who are at Oklahoma, who are at Alabama, who are at Clemson. Nah, that ain't happening with Deion around. Not happening at all.
I'm taking a quick glimpse at Twitter right now. Stephen A. Smith is getting dragged again because apparently he said something today that people are just immediately calling cap on. Stephen A. said today that the Nets would have traded Kyrie Irving for Ben Simmons, but Kevin Durant said no. I repeat, Stephen A. Smith said today that the Nets, the Brooklyn Nets, would have traded Kyrie Irving for Ben Simmons, but Kevin Durant said no. Sean Marks, the actual general manager, wanted to do it, but Kevin Durant put the veto on it. And there are about 15... I want to be accurate. I apologize. There are about 20,000 people right now calling him a liar. You buy that? Kyrie for Ben Simmons, but KD stepped in and said, His exact line was Kyrie could have ended up in Philly. Sean Marks couldn't do that because KD wasn't having it. I assure you, if it were not for Kevin Durant, the Brooklyn Nets would be interested in making that deal.
I'm in the minority, I guess. I can believe that. I don't know why people can't believe that. Like, think that's just now a lie.
I think people are starting to think Stephen A. makes stuff up. Like he said something. What was the Warriors stuff? I think he completely made the Warriors thing up.
Which Warriors thing?
He said that the Warriors were deciding between Draymond Green. And he wasn't alone, by the way. Zach Lowe was a part of this as well. He said that the Warriors were deciding between Draymond Green and Ben Simmons and were torn. They were torn in deciding whether to keep Draymond Green or go get Ben Simmons. And I feel like Joe Lacob has been pretty, whether it be Joe Lacob or, because I feel like that organization is very accessible to people. I feel like they've been pretty like, we can't talk about that stuff, but we don't think it's necessarily a fit. I think it was even said as recently as yesterday. Like, I don't think that's a fit for us. Like, and no one has corroborated that story at all. In fact, there have been reports saying, not calling that story specifically out, but saying the Warriors have not had deep discussions on Ben Simmons at all. They've talked about Ben Simmons, but a point where you're arguing about Draymond Green or discussing Draymond Green versus Ben Simmons, that's never happened. Now, again, they're all reports. You can choose what you want to believe.
Right.
But I think people are starting to.
So, and look, I don't know. Stephen A could be making everything up. I'm not here necessarily to defend
Sounds
them.
good.
Those two things, they're not that outlandish. Like
we brought up the Warriors thing right out the gate.
Right. And I think that is.
We didn't report that it happened. We just brought it up.
Well, but yeah, we brought up that like, if they want to do this, they're going to have to make a decision. Do we keep Draymond and get Ben Simmons, or excuse me, do we keep Draymond and move on and not pursue Ben Simmons, or do we bring Ben Simmons in, knowing that we'll probably have to get rid of Draymond? That's not outlandish. That's not far-fetched. Like anybody with any type of basketball knowledge should be having that conversation.
But it's different than sitting down and going, okay, guys, what are we going to do here? Do we want to acquire Ben Simmons or do we want to keep Draymond Green? I think those are different. Saying that they're torn, saying that half the room said Draymond Green and half the room said Ben Simmons, because at this point, and this isn't meant to be anything more than a state. Why? Like, what is the upside of Draymond Green over Ben Simmons at this point? Because if your argument is Ben Simmons is only a good defender, he's 25.
They're emotionally attached to
That's
Draymond
it.
Green.
That's it.
And that's why you'd be torn.
That's all.
Lakers,
That's all.
from everything that I've heard,
Myers, all of them.
loves Draymond, loves the whole idea of that core of Steph, Clay, and Draymond. And that to me, and I know you probably understand, that's not, it's semantics, right? Because they could get together for their Monday meeting and be like, well, sitting there, the brass, whether it's 4 to 6 people, get there and be like, all right, guys, we got to talk about our salary cap. We got to talk about what we want to do for summer league. Oh, by the way, I just want to ask you guys, there's this Ben Simmons stuff out here. Do we even do that? Do we even consider that? And half the people might be like, I think we should look into it. Half the people might be, no. That's a discussion. Like, it's not saying that they were, I got Morey on the line right now. What do you guys think? It's not that, but it is a discussion. And I think it's absolutely normal to have that discussion. Now, Stephen A might have put some sauce on it a little bit. You know what I mean? And maybe that's where the, it not being so up and up comes into play. But I don't think it's outlandish for them. I think it would almost be malpractice not to have that conversation if I was the Warriors.
Well, the topic of conversation for the Sacramento Kings over the course of the last couple of days.
Just real quick. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
But you after
I swear, if you bring up Robin Givens one more time, I'm leaving.
Oh, Robin Givens. That's not a bad thing to bring up, Robin Givens.
It's not.
But no. Yeah. Damian, you're not going to do this to me today. Okay? You're not going to do this to me today.
Okay.
At about 11 o'clock last night, the way I was running around my house, pump fisting, doing what I had to do, yelling, getting my Kevin Garnett on all around this house after that win last night in San Diego. You just got to give me 2 minutes to talk about my guys.
KC, I carved out about 15 for you.
When? So you changed the provider last time I seen it.
It's literally next, but you brought it up. Go on and run with it. It's literally next. It's right on that sheet. It's all good.
So look,
I want to hear about you running around the house.
No, to be perfectly fair, you did change that, right?
Yes.
So I was changing the show. The updated version.
I was changing the show after the show started. I was changing the show.
But I got it here with me. I see that you changed it. That's my fault.
But
I was wrong by the last one.
That's fine. That's fine.
My mistake, D-Lo.
It's all love, baby. Tell me about you running around the house last night at 11 o'clock. Because I was watching, and I was very much watching with this game is never ending. I'll see it in the morning. I'm out. I'm not gonna I ain't gonna be running around. I ain't gonna be running around my house at 11 o'clock at night.
We're at that point of the season where the games are really, really long. Like the whole 2.5 hour game, 2 hour and 45 minutes, those are out the door because everything is so monumental. All the decisions are so monumental. The pitching changes, the pinch hitters, every pitch. It's going to be drawn out. Now I'm sitting up there. The house is asleep. My house is asleep. And I'm watching, and the Giants take that 6-5 lead. I was like, let's go. Brandon Crawford boots the first ball of the ninth inning. I said, oh, here we go. Here's Tatis. And Tatis going up against Tyler Rogers, Tyler Rogers, if you look at his numbers, they're really good on the season. I never, ever feel good about Tyler Rogers on the mound. I don't know why. Maybe it's the sidewinder. Maybe it's the fact that he doesn't throw 90 miles per hour. I don't know. Mm-hmm. But he's going up against Tatis. He gets like a 2-0 count, throws one to get it into Tatis. Tatis is right on it, right on that thing. Fouls it back. Gets the 3-1. He has to come in. Tatis right on it again. If he would have just got a little bit more level on the screen, it probably would on the swing. It probably would have went 525 feet. It was going to be a bomb. 3-2, the perfect pitch gets that man looking. I was like, let's go, got him, let's go. And then you got Machado, who homered earlier, and I'm like, man, got to get this double play. It's this thing to Brandon Belt, bobbles it, gets it. Brandon Crawford comes across second, throws a laser beam to Tyler Rogers, who ran over and covered first. He's out. I'm going all around the house. I'm looking like Kevin Garnett. I'm air cursing. I'm air pumping fist. Let's go. All this. What a win in San Diego. What a win.
You know what killed me a little bit as I was watching that game and was like, I'm not watching the end of this when the Dodgers won. Because I thought the Dodgers were going to lose. I thought the Dodgers. I was like, "Oh, okay, okay, it's late enough. Every game it's late enough in the season." And then I was like, "Oh, all right, it's like a downer." It's like I don't want to deal with this team being tied tomorrow. Kenny's going to be sad. Like, oh man, don't go south now. But then but as I started thinking, it was, they've had a whole season of these.
Yeah,
they've had a whole season of games like we saw last night. Lamonte Wade Jr., you brought him up. He's batting .625 in the ninth inning or later this season.
Wow.
That's the second best mark by any player in the last 40 years with a minimum of 20 at-bats.
Oof.
Man.
Oh, boy, Lamonte Wade Jr. is clutch right now.
625 in the ninth. Goodness gracious. Or later. Ninth or later.
When it's time to score, and I see where they're at in the lineup, I'm always looking, where's Lamonte Wade coming up? Mm-hmm. Can we just get to him? Even ahead of Buster Posey, Chris Bryant, all these guys. Well, where's Lamonte Wade? Oh, he's in the hole? Cool. Just don't hit into a double play so we can get Lamont up. Because I know when Lamont comes up, it's winning time, baby. It's winning time. That's my guy, Lamonte Wade Jr. Let's go.
Sixth go-ahead hit in the ninth inning or later this season. Sixth for Lamonte Wade Jr. That's without question the most in Major League Baseball this year. I get why Giants fans feel the way they do. Obviously, it's incredibly nerve-wracking with the Dodgers lingering right there. No one wants the one-game playoff. No one wants the one-game wild card. No one wants any of that stuff, especially with the way the Giants have played this year. But, man, these ninth-inning wins, these crazy comebacks, or ninth inning or later wins, these crazy comebacks, man, this has been a special season for the Giants, for real. Like, I don't want it to end. I don't like, there's no, okay, clinch the playoff spot. No, that's good enough. Oh, they were projected for 70 wins. Look what they did. Nah, this team is doing something pretty dope right now. And I hope it continues.
They really are. Now I got to ask you a question here. I don't know if you saw the post game. I saw this. Ramsey brings it up. Lamonte Wade let us all know teams don't scoreboard watch. He had no clue the Dodgers won. Are you calling cap? I'll put it to you like this. If it's in the ballpark, I'm calling cap. If the score was up in the ballpark, Yeah, how do you not?
Yeah, I'm with that. Like, yeah,
I don't know if they had an out of town scoreboard out there or not.
Yeah.
I think
It also could be sometimes at parks. I mean, normally they're on like the board, like a big board, but some do like the old school thing where it's like off to the side and it's the guy in the box changing the numbers. If they're doing that, maybe.
I don't think somebody was in the clubhouse giving them updates. I do not think that.
Yeah, I believe
so.
That.
If it's not up in the stadium, I believe him. But if they got an out of town scoreboard, how could you not?
It's not like the Dodgers won. Let's be really motivated to win this game. No, if yesterday was the final day of the season, yeah, I'd probably call cap. Like maybe you do see, hey, Giants, the Dodgers got the dub. Like we can't fall. Like we can't fall. I don't know that that's extra motivation or anything like that as much as it's just talk amongst players. I believe him. Sure, I believe him. I mean, this is the same group of guys that don't go near a guy that's throwing a no-hitter. So if they say they're not scoreboard watching, I believe them. That's fine. I believe baseball players are different.
Well, I was watching the scoreboard.
I know you. I was too. That's what ruined the game for me because I thought the Dodgers were going to lose. I was like, got something here. Okay, all right.
Well,
man,
come on. Thank you, partner. Me. I didn't look at the updated sheet. That's my mistake. I
see. I forget. I forget that you don't have I got a sheet over here. I got you over here. I got Twitter over here. I got a lot of things
up on my windows here. I got the tab, but I got to click on the tab to see.
I had
partner.
We had an 11:15 phone call that kind of changed the trajectory of the show. Didn't get confirmation on Matt George till after the show started. Wasn't sure what time Akash was going to join. So, look, there is no curtain on this show. We always say we break the fourth. There is no curtain. There is no fourth wall. We always tell you what's going on, man. We try to be a well-oiled machine. We are not. We have been planning for 2 days to talk about the Kings 3-guard lineup. 2 days it's been in the YouTube title. 3-guard lineup. And we're just now about to get to it for the first time. And it'll be great because it'll segue us right into Matt George. We can get his thoughts. You'll hear from Harrison Barnes, Davion Mitchell, Tyrese Haliburton, and De'Aaron Fox as well on what this 3-guard lineup will look like when D'Lo and KC returns here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Oh, my bad, Dane. My bad.
Oh, we good, man. It's no big deal. It's no big deal.
I'll be back.
Okay. I don't have a 13 round today, guys. Arthur Ashe Stadium today, baby. Yes, indeed. I didn't want to do a 13th round on the show tonight because the last time I did a show on the Bloodline versus the New Day, the match had happened by the time the 13th round got posted, or by the time the house show got posted to YouTube. This is dated quickly. So there's that. I see Daniel Bryan talking a lot about the yes chant. He's just not he's not going to lead it, but I mean, obviously he can't stop people from doing it, but he's just not going to do the thing where he points his hands up in the air. I mean, I love that WWE is calling that their intellectual property. I mean, that's fine. That's whatever. I'm excited for tonight, though. Bryan Danielson and Kenny Omega. That's going to be legit. That's going to be a hell of a match. I'm excited for that. That is good stuff. If you have not watched AEW before, this is a great night to do it. Yeah, it'll be a perfect night to do it. And Punk, I think Punk's doing an interview and he's wrestling on Friday. I think that's what he's doing. I think he's doing an interview tonight and he's wrestling on Friday. So that's smart. Have Danielson wrestle tonight and Punk wrestle on Friday. I think so. Yeah. Oh man, CM Punk is killing Hulk Hogan and it's very funny. I don't know why he's doing it. I think he just thinks Hulk Hogan is I think he said he's an asshole. Oh, no, he didn't. He said he's a piece of crap. CM Punk disses Hulk Hogan, but pretty much copies Hulk's match style versus The Rock move for move against Darby Allin. Still have love for Punk, but got to respect the GOAT, brother. Like, what?
Hogan said that?
No. Hogan didn't say that. I think some random, I don't know who this person is that said that. But Punk's response was funny. Brother, just tune in tonight. Just got off the phone with Arthur Ashe, and he's excited to host us tonight. Gonna party with Belushi in NYC after I slam Baba. Hope I don't tear anything in my back. Metallica. He's just grabbing all of Hulk Hogan's lies and putting them in one tweet. In wrestling, I don't think so, bro. I don't think those guys like Hulk Hogan at all.
Doesn't Booker T like Hogan?
I don't know.
He actually gave him the platform to apologize.
Oh, speaking of, Joe Lacob was just fined $50,000 by the NBA for his comments on Ben Simmons.
He said, I don't know if we can play him. What he said, I don't know if he can finish games.
Yeah,
damn.
He did say that. He did. Kenny Caraway rocking them Loyal Roots joints out there.
Yeah, man. Fiesta. Probably shouldn't even sing that.
In a box. You know what that means. That's funny, Rich. That made me laugh. Vince McMahon going to trademark the word yes. Bryce, I really don't care. Joe Lacob on brand. He's been fined $50,000 for violating anti-tampering rules regarding comments on Ben Simmons. Man, Ben Simmons is taking everybody out. he is taking everybody out one at a time. He started with the 76ers. He's moved on to the Warriors. We'll see what happens with the Minnesota Timberwolves as the day rolls along. But Ben Simmons' master plan to pick off teams one by one in full effect here. Again, we told you, Joe Lacob, that Warriors contingent, they'll get out there. They'll talk to you.
Oh, yeah.
They'll just maybe they shouldn't. Just like Doc Rivers probably shouldn't have. Just maybe you don't. Harrison Barnes, De'Aaron Fox, Davion Mitchell, Tyrese Haliburton, they all talked to us here this week. And one conversation that kept coming up was, well, actually, there were a couple of things. Davion Mitchell kept coming up when it wasn't Davion Mitchell talking. And the 3-guard lineup kept coming up as well. Let's start, KC, with Davion Mitchell talking about the challenges of a potential 3-guard lineup.
I mean, I think one of the challenges, things that we will have to work on is, be able to guard the bigger guards, be able to rebound at a high level. Since we're all kind of like smaller guards, not known for like rebounding. So we got to actually put our body on somebody boxing out. Those little things that I think that will help us. I also played with 3 guards in college, so I'm kind of used to not always having the ball in my hands, playing off the ball, knowing who gets the shot, like who's hiding and things like that. So it's not really that new to me. So I'm looking forward to it.
So that's Davion Mitchell. Our man Tim Maxwell tweeted this stat out last night. Last year, the 3-guard lineup with Barnes and Holmes posted a defensive rebounding rating of 71.3%, which equaled to 29th in the NBA. Replacing the 6'4" Hield with a 6'1" Mitchell will present quite a few challenges on the glass. What do you think about that stat, and what do you think about what Davion said there? Because I know you're not a fan of the three. Let me rephrase that, because I don't want to be accused of being the media and misrepresenting what you said. You're not a fan.
This is why you don't do that media stuff all the time.
That's right. That's right. Thanks, Doc. You're not a fan of starting with a 3-guard lineup.
Mm-mm.
And is what Davion said there about, you know, the matchups and guarding bigger guards, and maybe even what Tim Maxwell brought up about rebounding, part of the concern?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, the rebounding, I don't know. It's a team effort. You know, you in an ideal situation, all 5 guys are boxing out. You know what I mean? Whether it don't really matter how tall you are, whatever the case may be, you're boxing out on the perimeter. The big guys are boxing out. So I think, especially with the toughness of Davion, they can find a way around the rebounding. The matchups, though, just coming in with that matchup, I think that can be figured out relatively quickly. If you're picking your spots and maybe you're finishing with it, I think that will end more success than just coming out starting those 3 guys. That's more my thing more than the rebounding per se.
So when you say those 3 guys, you're speaking of De'Aaron, Tyrese, and
Davion
as the starters.
I don't want them as starters. I don't want, even if you still have Buddy here, like I don't want him I don't want a 3-guard lineup like that either.
What do you think is the most effective 3-guard lineup? And we'll take starting out of the equation, because I think I'm with you in the idea that I like De'Aaron, Tyrese, Harrison, Rashawn, and Marvin starting. That's what I think I like the starting lineup to be. And I understand that there's flaws in that, but I'd go back. There's defensive flaws in that because of Marvin Bagley, but I'll go back to something that we didn't see last year, at least with this player. We talked, particularly you talked about last year when the Kings defense was improving. Last year when there were like Marvin was injured. One of the times Marvin was injured, maybe De'Aaron was out at the time. Tyrese, I don't really remember the timeline, but the team was playing well. They were getting better defensively. They were winning different types of games. It wasn't 131 to 128. Like they were winning games like 103 to 99 or something along those lines. And you brought up a point where Buddy looks differently on the defensive end because you only have to hide one bad defensive player. Well, with the starting lineup that I just threw out there, the situation is pretty similar in that you only have one bad defensive player, and that's Marvin Bagley. Could Marvin Bagley have the same effect on that starting group? Again, it has to be Tyrese Haliburton, De'Aaron Fox, Tyrese Haliburton, Rashawn Holmes, Harrison Barnes, along with Marvin Bagley. Could Bagley have the same effect on that version of the Sacramento Kings, that version of the starting 5 that Buddy Hield had last year when Marvin was out?
Yeah, absolutely. And even if you're talking about finishing a defensive possession and you're talking about rebounding, Marvin Bagley, while I think he could be better, he's a decent rebounder on the defensive boards, at least from the trained eye. I don't know if Will Z or Tim Maxwell, they got stats and percentages that show differently.
Well, I think we got a simple percentage. Well, I mean, he's a 7-point-something rebounder a game, isn't he?
Yeah, he's like 14 to 7.
Something to that.
Yeah, so I mean, I think he's a pretty good rebounder. So when you talk about finishing off defensive possessions with rebounds, he can only help in that situation. You asked which one I wanted to see. Obviously, for me, it's if I had to choose one, it's Fox, Haliburton, and Davion. No, you're a little smaller, but I continue to like when people talk about the 3-guard lineup, things of that nature. I go to, like, in theory, like, yeah, that's kind of small. But once again, let's go to the NBA Finals. Let's go to the Kings matched up against the Phoenix Suns. The Phoenix Suns have Chris Paul, Devin Booker, Mikal Bridges. Who was playing at the 4? They'd have Cam Johnson kind of at the 4 and DeAndre Ayton. You put Fox on Bridges, you put Haliburton or Davion on Booker, whatever you want to do with Booker and Chris Paul, Davion, Haliburton. Those two are going to be guarding those two.
Mm-hmm.
Then you've got Marvin Bagley on Cam. You got Holmes on
DeAndre.
And hell, if you don't want to go Marvin in the fourth, I'm forgetting Harrison Barnes. You can go Harrison Barnes there on Cam, which is probably just as good, if not better, as a fit. You're not getting beat up on the boards, I don't think, with that group. You want to flip sides, go to Milwaukee. Once again, Fox probably on PJ Tucker because you're hiding him out. Now that might be a little tough on the boards, keeping him off the boards. But Fox on PJ Tucker, or you could put him on Connington. You got Davion on Drew Holiday, Haliburton on. In that situation, you do what you want with Haliburton and Harrison Barnes.
Yeah.
Harrison Barnes can either guard Middleton or Haliburton can or whatever.
Yeah.
And then you got Holmes on Giannis.
Yeah.
So it's not as inconceivable as I feel people make it out to be when you think about it like that, when you actually look at what the closing matchup is for a lot of these different teams at the end of games.
Mm. I mean, it's tough because it still feels like, well, I guess not. I mean, and there's other players to work in here who are going to have a say in all of this based on the way that they played. I know we talk a lot about, or we don't, Kings fans talk a lot about Tristan Thompson. Alex Len's here too. You know what I mean? There's some bigs down there. There's some guys who will work. There's some guys who could, earn their place, work their way into a closing lineup, if you will. That again isn't necessarily the starting lineup. People say, "Oh, it doesn't matter if you start; it only matters if you close." All right, well, maybe we'll see guys like Tristan Thompson close. Maybe we'll see guys like Alex Len close. Hell, maybe there's a scenario. I certainly don't like it to start, and I don't think it necessarily works for 48 minutes. But does Rashawn at a 4 work for the final 3 or 4 minutes of a game? The concern with that, whether it's Rashawn and Tristan, Rashawn and Alex Len, the concern for me is because Rashawn can't stretch out, no defender's going to follow him out. Like Rashawn could go stand wherever he wants to. No defender's going to follow him, at least unless he's going to start hitting a consistent shot from out there. No one's going to follow him unless you're crowding. You're crowding the basket for De'Aaron Fox to do what he does probably best.
Right. Yeah. It can happen. It can work. Like the only time, and ironically, we talked about this team and this group for I don't know how long. Ironically, the only team that's like really plays big with 3 big guys along the front line and maybe a big shooting guard was Philadelphia. Philadelphia in some situations late in games will go Simmons, Tobias Harris, Thibault, and Embiid. And then they put like Seth Curry out there or something like that. Like, yeah, that's tough for those 3 guards to match up with that, group out there. But off the top of my head, they're one of the few teams that would do that. Hell, even Brooklyn has Bruce Brown playing power forward a lot of the times. They'd have Bruce Brown at the 4, Blake Griffin at the 5. Late in those games with Harden, Durant, and Kyrie. So, and Joe Harris. So you can get away with it. You absolutely can get away with it. I know the Lakers sometimes they're going to have some big lineups out there with a Melo, Westbrook, LeBron, AD, to finish games.
Yeah.
But we'll worry about the Lakers when we get there. Let's if we play them in a series, then we'll deal with that right now.
Let's get to a series.
Yeah.
How about that?
Right now, if we're playing them in December 11th, yeah, okay, we might lose that game, but we still got our 3-guard lineup when we play Oklahoma City or something like that.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove, Dodge. You could take part in the conversation many different ways. You could hit the phone lines 916-349-1320. You could hit us on social media at D'Lo and KC or at ESPN 1320. That's good for both Twitter and Instagram. And you can watch the show and take part in the chat house at twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Matt George of the Locked On Kings podcast that's join us coming up here in about 20 minutes or so as we gear up for Sacramento Kings basketball coming up in training camp starts in about 6 days. And I think we're 2 weeks away from the first preseason game.
Yeah,
Maybe less than that now.
Is on the 4th.
Okay.
I feel like it's October 4th.
Which I think is a Monday, if I'm not mistaken, a Monday or a Tuesday. So
it's a Monday.
It is a Monday. So we're less than 2 weeks away from the first preseason basketball game for the Sacramento Kings, which, this stuff is going to be in play here. These 3 guard lineups. Do we get Luke Walton playing the role of Kyle Shanahan? Does he run this 3 guard lineup more during the preseason than he actually does during games, like we saw with the 2 quarterback system that he ran in the final game? We mentioned 2 main talking points here for all of the guys who have spoken to the media in the last couple of days. And by the way, from what I saw from the Sacramento Kings today, no media availability today, but there will be more media availability tomorrow. They haven't told us who's scheduled yet. I'm going to guess Rashawn Holmes is going to be one of those guys. Again, just a guess on my part, but whatever it is, of course, we will bring it to you. De'Aaron Fox talked about Davion as a player and what his defensive intensity is going to look like for this team.
It's great. I mean, it's great for us as a team, knowing that, that's where we were lacking last year as a team. And I mean, ultimately, that's what we really needed to improve. Everything offensively can stay, where it's at, but obviously you want to continue to get better on that end too. But defensively is where we have to, really get better as a team. And seeing what he did in college as a guard, I mean, that's tough. Like, that's a really tough thing to do. And obviously going up against him, it's definitely, it's going to be great for everybody, for me, Ty, Buddy, everybody who has to, be guarded by him in practice. And then for me, I mean, I'm guarded by the best defender every night. So it is what it is for me. I'm always, every time we step on the court at this point now, I'm getting guarded by the best defender, rather if it's a guard or a wing or whatever it is. So for me, obviously, it'll continue to help my game. But I think for us as a whole and as a team, it'll definitely bring us up defensively.
There was one more thing De'Aaron said that caught my attention over the course of the last couple of days, and it was about what Luke Walton talked to him about and what he wanted him to work on.
Especially, with drafting Davion, I mean, we've talked about playing 3 guards, and at the end of the day, kind of what you give up is, size. So that comes from like rebounding defense. But for us, I mean, we have to be able to buckle down and do that. If we can't, then obviously us 3 won't be able to play together, and, coach is going to have to figure something else out. But for us, I mean, we all want to play together at the end of the day. We want to play together. We know we can do it. Like OKC 2 years ago, where they had 3 guard lineups. And I mean, offensively, it definitely helps having multiple guys who can, get into a pick and roll, shoot the ball, who can get into their own offense. But for us, we know that defensively with 3 guards, that's going to be where we have to hang our hat on. And, if we're able to get stops and rebound, then, we should be fine. Offensively, we won't have to really, worry about that.
So if nothing else there, KC, one thing that we got from those remarks from De'Aaron Fox is that the 3 guard lineup isn't just a fun conversation for D'Lo and KC. It's not just a fun conversation for the Kings Herald or the Locked On Kings podcast or Do Some Mo or anything like that, or just amongst Kings fans or the chat house. It's a conversation that they're having in the building. It's a conversation that Luke Walton has had with the leader of the team. It's a conversation that he's had with his best player. So we're going to see some form of it tonight, tonight. I wish it was tonight. We're going to see some form of it this season, whether it's De'Aaron, Tyrese, and Buddy, De'Aaron, Tyrese, and Davion, De'Aaron, Buddy, and Davion, some combination of those guys. I feel like even if it's not the starting lineup, I feel like the 3 guard lineup is going to be a big part of what we see from the Sacramento Kings this year.
I think so as well. At some point, it's going to be about getting your best players on the floor.
And you heard De'Aaron say right there, you sacrifice size with that. But I don't think you sacrifice, especially, and this is obviously, this is a Davion Tyrese factor. You're not sacrificing defense. Like if this team, if nothing else, I think the one thing that we have learned this offseason, KC, is that the team is committed to getting better defensively.
Mm-hmm.
They've made the moves to build a roster that is better defensively. We know they've built a roster that is going to be tougher. We know they've built a roster that is going to be, grimier like it was those, last handful of weeks of the season.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think with a 3-guard lineup, you're sacrificing anything defensively because 2 of those 4 guards, and I'd even put De'Aaron in that conversation, even though I know you have a specific plan for De'Aaron Fox. You would rather hide him. But those are good, with the exception of Buddy, those are good defensive guards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. And while I want, like you mentioned, want to hide, aka take the load off of De'Aaron Fox a little bit. If
not because he can't defend, because you want him to do everything offensively. Or
right. If
they want him to do everything offensively.
He's definitely capable of being, one of the lead defensive guards on this team for sure. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So he's definitely capable of it. And like you said, you have good defenders surrounding a Buddy Hield, surrounding a Marvin Bagley that could take away from maybe some of their deficiencies on the defensive end, or maybe it could inspire. Maybe they could look at it as a sense of pride of like, I don't want to be the weak link here. So let me step up my game. Let me make sure my assignments are what they're supposed to be. It's not okay to get blown by. You know what I mean? So I'm going to close out a little more under control, or maybe it could motivate. I'm not sure.
I wonder how big of we're so focused on those 3 guards. We're so focused, and I mean, like, rightfully so. There was I think it was about an 11-minute period where we thought Buddy Hield wasn't going to be on the Sacramento Kings anymore. So we're, to me, it's clear he is, and you try to work him in there with knowing that they've got Tyrese, knowing that they drafted Davion, knowing that you've already gotten De'Aaron. But I think and maybe it's not as sexy of a story, but I think it's something to watch, is how the front court works out. Mm-hmm. Obviously, Rashawn is core now. He's locked in. He's the guy. Marvin's still here. Tristan Thompson was acquired. He's here for a year. Maybe he's here till February. Regardless, he's here. You've got Alex Lynn. You've got our favorite Freeport. Chimezie Metu. I think there's a lot of questions there in that. I think there's a lot of questions in the front court as well. Maybe not as sexy as the questions in the back court, but I think there are a lot of questions there too as to what's the best lineup there. We're trying to figure out the best 3-guard lineup. Well, what's the best combination of 4s and 5s down there too? Yeah. And is Harrison Barnes that? Is Harrison Barnes the 4?
And look, it may not, make any waves around the league, but we liked what we saw from Davion Jones in his time with the Sacramento Kings. He's still on the roster. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, there's a lot going on there. I feel like, I hate to keep bringing back. A lot of it will be cleared up if Marvin and Buddy were able to be moved. Specifically Buddy. And I want to reiterate, it has nothing to do with him. It's just the log jam at that guard position. You get one of the guys out of the way, that frees up more space for those guards. But it looks like he's going to be here. Looks like Marvin's going to be here. Luke Walton is going to have to figure some things out with the playing time and the systems and the pairings that you make. And whatever he comes up with, whatever he decides, it better lead to wins.
Well, and I'm sure he knows that. I'm sure Monty has expressed that in some way, shape, or form to him. But, there's also it's a little known fact. Buddy Hield is here. Marvin Bagley's here. If they don't present the best opportunity to win, you don't have to play them.
That's true too.
I mean, I know Buddy has a certain deal. Marvin's done at the end of the year. I mean, we think just because they're here, well, they've got to get this. No, they don't. They got to be no 3-guard lineup. To me, I've said this. I'm sorry. I'm going to say it until the team's in Portland. Tyrese Haliburton is a starting 2-guard. There's no conversation to be had there. Like, that's it. If you're starting 3 guards, we'll deal with that at when we need to deal with it. But for me, it's De'Aaron and Tyrese, and you kind of you go from there when building out your starting lineup. Mm-hmm. If Buddy presents you the best opportunity to win, go with it. But if he doesn't, find out who does.
Yeah.
I think Marvin will present this team with a good opportunity to win, meaning Marvin in the rotation. A healthy Marvin Bagley, to me, presents a good opportunity for the Sacramento Kings to win.
I agree. 100%.
And I know that, and I understand the caveat that was put with that. It's a massive, massive caveat because we, as people who follow the Kings, have never seen it. We've never seen a healthy Marvin Bagley through the duration of a season, or even through most of a season. But if he's healthy and can produce the way that we've seen him produce, man, I mean, even imagine if he's healthy and he just gets like a little bit better. Again, you said he's a 14-7 guy.
Yep.
Now, you don't want to be a massive defensive liability, but if you can keep Bagley and Buddy off of the floor at the same time, you immediately have a stronger lineup. You defensively, you immediately have a stronger defensive lineup that I think you could work with. That you can, my partner likes to say, that you can hide guys on. With Davion's, with Harrison, with Rashawn, you could hide a Marvin. Right. Marvin's off the floor. Buddy's out there. You could hide a Buddy. This is all on the defensive end. You could hide those guys.
Yeah.
Again, we're talking about. We said this all. We're not asking the Sacramento Kings to be a great defensive team. We're asking them to not be terrible. We're asking them to not be dude, be slightly below average, and you're good enough. I think with these small little changes, we've talked about how good this team is offensively. If they can track to what they did offensively last year and just not be awful on the defensive end. What is the line? The crater, a sinkhole, something. Don't be that. You're somewhere near 20th. Yo, that's probably that alone. Dude, that's probably a +4 in the win column.
Yeah.
By improving, 9 points, 9 rankings in defensive rating. Just don't be awful.
I agree. 100%. I think they will achieve that this year on the defensive end. I think they will just not be terrible, middle of the pack, maybe a little below middle of the pack, but it will be an improvement. And it'll look like they turned into the 04 Pistons to us after what we saw last year.
For real. The defensive juggernaut that is the Sacramento Kings.
Currently ranked 17th in the league.
Exactly. We'll step out. We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings when Matt George of the Locked On Kings podcast joins us next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Can y'all hit them likes? Just get us up to 100. I know we're close. I know we're super close. We killed it yesterday. Like killed it, and had a huge post show viewing. So if y'all could hit the thumbs up, like we at 92, just get us to 100. I mean, there's 105 watching. Y'all could get us to 105. Like I ain't gonna be mad. Like do that. Just get them likes up, man. We need them. We need y'all. Please, baby, please.
We can do that.
Get them. 896. Look at y'all. Y'all putting in that work. Sit that. Look, 107 watching. Let's get to 107 before Matt George joins us.
Let's go.
Let's get that thumbs up, man. Dr. Cheesecake really pushing this.
Dr. Cheesecake.
In there working.
I think
on Twitch too.
I don't remember Dr. Cheesecake before, man. What's up, man? How you doing?
No, I think I've seen my man. I feel like I've seen Dr. Cheesecake on Twitter. I feel like maybe.
By the way,
well, I'm more of a cheesecake guy. So,
yeah, me too. Although
cheesesteak that works.
Nice little cheesesteak. I might go get that today. It's pretty good. Pretty damn good.
Wait, hold on. I'm confused again. Cheesesteak or cheesecake? Cheesesteak. Okay.
Yeah. I like cheese.
You've never had cheesecake?
A little bit.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
It's pretty good. You can go to Carl's Jr. and get you some cheesecake.
Yeah, I don't advise it. Don't do that. Don't go to Carl's Jr. Don't go to Carl's Jr. and get a cheesecake.
You can. I
understand.
Patience.
I understand.
You can,
but don't.
It's good. No, it's good. It's fine.
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna eat a cheesecake and go, ooh, cheesy.
Yeah, you're not gonna taste no cheese.
I don't think you're gonna do that. You'll be okay. Okay, there we go. See, he could be Dr. Cheesesteak and just Dr. Cheesecake, like they both work. He's with Carl's Jr. too. All right, there we go.
Yes, it is. But he's coming in here and he's just being an S starter, Dr. Cheese.
He's just throwing out as a. He wants to trade De'Aaron and.
Yeah, he says people think that De'Aaron is the GOAT.
Oh no, I don't think anybody said that. I just don't think Kings fans want to trade him. I mean, I like Ingram too. To be honest.
Yeah, Ingram can go. That's my boy.
What gas station sells crispy, crunchy cheesecake? Did you ever go see our man?
I have gone over there. I haven't gone over there.
Okay, good.
And I did see him when I went over there. But
crispy, crunchy. Crispy, crunchy.
Well, Jazz, we like to go all the way out to Nations, another place that we should have here on the South Side, but we don't.
We are the nation. Where's that at?
Natomas. Over by, yeah. I like Nations breakfast. It's delicious.
Nations?
And I like my little burger and everything too. But it's over where Center Court used to be.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. But we go all the way out there for some cheesecake sometimes.
That's not too far. About 15 minutes. 20, 15,
no, that's
15,
not too
20.
bad. About 15. Is that they don't have that Fridays there anymore, huh? There's no more Fridays in Sacramento.
Is there one? There used to be one in like Fair Oaks. I don't know if that's still there. Are they called? But aren't they called TGIFs now or TGI Fridays?
Yeah.
Are they extinct?
Have one,
are they gone?
Not in America, but I don't think they have any more in Sacramento.
Oh,
they got a couple in LA. The Magic Johnson Fridays is still Fridays, and then they got one in Times Square actually too. Been to that one.
Really, I'm missing out on Nations.
No, Chili's a buffet. Fridays is like Chili's.
Yeah, bro. I love the new Applebee's ad campaign about you go on you date night to Applebee's. And like, man, I wish I would. Appreciate you so much for being with us here on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We bring in our man, Matt George, as Kenny got me on the echo vibe right there. He's got a little unplug right there. Boom, and we set. Matt George, what's up, buddy?
What's up?
How are you, man?
I'm good, guys. How are you?
What's up, man?
Look, Matt George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast. We'll get into your new series that you're doing here in just a minute. But for those who are regular viewers of Matt George over here on D'Lo and KC, we noticed were you thrown out of the house already? You're in a different you're in a different room. There's no Kings logo. There's no weird lighting. Like what is happening here?
Oh, don't. Wow, I'm getting emotional. You noticing my
missing
room?
Your banner already. Like I understand, man. It's tough.
Wow, I did not expect that. No, I'm in the process of, wow, I need to drink some water. Jeez.
Wow.
I'm dying on start a D'Lo and KC. I'm dying.
Hey, Matt, this is going to be great for ratings. If you got to die, do it now. We're on camera. Everybody's watching. Just Matt, take a breath. I know it's your first day in radio. I know.
Dear Lord, I'm going to get a drink. My Lord.
Let's
I need some McQueen in the Violet Fog. Hold on.
There you go. Let's let Matt go get a drink. He's having a tough time. Our man Matt just nothing like a little death to spike the ratings here on D'Lo and KC. Matt literally gets up. Oh, poor Matt George.
Now he's back.
Oh, there he's back. He's a new man now.
You know what it is? It's all the dust in the air from this renovation project I have going on here. So I'm glad that you noticed. So we're in the process of transitioning. It turns out when you have a baby, you need a nursery, and when you build a nursery, the space that was your wife's is no longer your wife's. So then your wife comes into your space. So my office is now our office. So we are in the process of repainting. So we've gotten half the room done. So everything that I'm looking at is done. and lit and great. And everything behind me is not done and not lit and still great.
Just so you know, Matt, real quick. Sorry, Casey. Nothing's yours, bro. Just to be clear.
Especially now.
Yeah.
It used to be half mine. Now it's what, a third? Not even? Probably like a quarter.
No, Matt. None of it is yours. Just accept that now and keep it moving. None of it is yours.
Matt, are you painting the rooms?
I'm helping paint, but I've been given very specific areas. Like I don't do edges. I don't do near windows. I don't do near the door. It's like, hey, see this massive surface of wall that you couldn't possibly screw up? Hey, paint this.
I love that Matt's being treated like a 10-year-old. Like, no, baby, don't do that. Don't just right here. Just take care of this part. I'll do the hard part. You do this here.
Here's your little brush. You just do circles over here in the corner and make sure you have all your fancy colors and mommy will handle the big girl stuff.
And most importantly, stay the hell out of my way. Yeah. I know you've got a new pod series. You've done a couple of these. I've always found them really enjoyable. You've got a series coming up as part of the Locked On Kings podcast that you do on the 1999 Kings Jazz playoffs. What made you choose that one?
So I've been wanting to do, because I did during the lockout or the Kings hiatus because of the pandemic. I did a 3-part audio documentary on 2002. Had a lot of fun doing that. So I didn't plan on doing another like series. I just wanted to do kind of like hey, what playoff series in the past that isn't Kings Lakers would you like me to go back and revisit and look at and do an in-depth look on? And almost unanimously, and I didn't put out a poll, I just put it out there, and almost unanimously, all the responses are like 75% of the responses I got back on Twitter and over email was, hey, do 1999 Kings versus Jazz, 1999 Kings Jazz. I was like, I didn't remember that series being as important as it was, but many consider it to be like the birth and the dawning of the Kings becoming the greatest show on court, the first of their 8 straight playoff appearances. So I went back and I started like rewatching these games and thinking, okay, how am I going to fit this and format this into an episode? Then I started paying attention to the context of like the regular season battles between those two teams, and then how much led into just the start of that season, how different the Kings were at that time. And I was like, man, I got to make this a series. I got to make this like a 2 or 3-parter at least. So I got G-Man on board too. So he's in every single episode, and it just became what it was. So I'm super excited about it.
That's really awesome, cool, man. We had a question on the show a couple of weeks ago, and I said, what was one of my your top 3 favorite Kings games of all time? And Game 3, 1999 was on my list. Arco was just a madhouse for that game.
Yeah, I got lucky in being able to find every single playoff game from that series, which is only 5, so it wasn't too hard. Game 1 was the hardest one to track down, which I understand why not too many people wanted to watch that game. It was ugly. But I even found the 3 regular season games, and I had to work with some people to find out how to get those to watch them, because all 3 regular season matchups that year, and you'll learn more about this in today's episode that literally just dropped, all 3 games went into overtime. And we're talking about 2 completely different teams, a established like Malone and Stockton, well-oiled machine Utah Jazz team coached by Jerry Sloan. And then you have this Sacramento Kings team where they had 8 free agency signings, or 8 or 9 free agency signings that offseason. New head coach in Petrie just traded for Weber and traded their best player in Mitch Richmond. Their starting point guard is this flashy rookie. Peja Stojakovic is playing in his first season, even though he was drafted 2 years prior because he spent 2 more years in Greece. Like, very new, very young team who likes to play flashy, who likes to score compared to grit and grind type defensive style back in the day. It's just 2 very different teams, and it turned into really the biggest rivalry. Like, we talk about Kings and Lakers, and rightfully so, but before Kings and Lakers, there was Kings Jazz. And someone might argue before Kings Jazz, there was Kings Sonics, but really Kings Jazz was a lot more intense than I realized.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
That's fantastic. That's available on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts from. If you're listening on the Odyssey app, you can search Locked On Kings right now and hit the subscribe button. Matt does a great job with those storytelling type series, and it's a good time to do it as we're gearing up for training camp to begin next week. I know you've been on the calls the last couple of days to hear from Davion Mitchell, Tyrese Haliburton, and Harrison Barnes, and and I'm leaving someone out. De'Aaron Fox, for goodness sakes. Yes,
that guy. Who cares?
That guy. Yeah. He spoke. They all spoke. Anything really stand out from any of those four guys that you heard over the course of the last couple of days?
Nothing really. I mean, I don't know if I expected anything groundbreaking from this kind of press conference. Like it's pretty crazy to think about De'Aaron Fox being almost 30 or more pounds up from where he was at the draft combine. So him talking about that, I really got a kick out of Tyrese Haliburton sharing that he and De'Aaron call each other fat. Like they've been texting each other all off season, say, hey, you've put on this much weight, you're fat now. And they'll go right back and forth. Like it sounds like Tyrese has really been working on building relationships this offseason as well as working on his game. And he shared that a lot. So that stood out. And then I had to ask De'Aaron about playing one-on-one with Davion Mitchell, mostly for my sanity, because I want to see it. And because of what Davion has said about Fox and Fox has said about Davion, we got a picture from training camp or from the practice facility of them working together. I'm like, I need more. I need a video. Let me see these two playing one another. But I guess the biggest thing that stood out is how De'Aaron and Ty both talk about Davion not being a rookie. Like he's a rookie, but he's not a rookie in terms of age and the experience that he's bringing in. And then I think Sean Cunningham asked Davion that, like, how does that feel for these guys to say that you're not a rookie? Do you feel like a rookie? And Davion's like, well, yeah, I feel like a rookie because I don't know anybody here, and this is my first time in the league, but that's it. Like, it's just the confidence of that answer alone. So I like what I heard. Nothing negative.
That picture that the Kings put out of Davion and Fox locked up, looking like they're going one-on-one. Ooh, I'm with everybody else. I needed to see that. I want to see what that looks like. They need to put the practices, the training camps on Patreon, OnlyFans, something. All right, because I want to watch. I want to see this. I want to see those two going at it. That is speed versus speed. That is talent versus talent. I want to see that, and it's competitor against competitor. That's what I want to see. I'd love to see some of these practices in training camp.
I know they're doing like their Kings Fest pretty soon, which fans can go and get tickets. They're free right now, but you have to reserve ahead of time. And if we don't get some sort of one-on-one or some possessions between the two of them at Kings Fest, the Kings are doing a disservice to their fan base. Like I shared, and it was kind of an exaggeration. It was like a typical Kenny Caraway going a little bit over the top, but there was some truth to it, which was like, I would almost pay money to watch those two play one-on-one. Like I think there's a lot of people in Sacramento, like if the Kings put out there, hey, De'Aaron Fox versus Davion Mitchell, one-on-one game inside the Golden One Center, game to 21.
It'd be packed.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, hell, for the California Classic, how many people show up? I mean, it's like, hey, I'll pay $10 for a beer to watch those two go at it. Heck yeah.
It's packed enough you could probably sell the floor seats on the opposite side of the court that they're playing on. Just like you have the half courts, they're playing half court, you could sell the other half court for the overflow. That video, because the Kings are smart and the social media people for the Kings are really, really sharp. Mm-hmm. They know people want this. So this is now going to turn into like that 1992 Dream Team practice where it's you're going to start getting these exaggerated stories of like Davion Mitchell versus De'Aaron Fox at training camp, and like every player is going to be in on the gag and they're going to be overblowing it, like they're going to be talking about how crazy it was and how they were, they were playing to 10 but had to win by 2 and the score went to 50 and no one will tell you who went, and every time you hear the story it gets more and more exaggerated, but there'll never be any video.
They're so good. They would do that for Davion versus Jamias Ramsey. They'll be like, man, I'm telling you. Yeah. When Davion took on Jamias Ramsey, boy, oh boy, that one was crazy.
It was out in Monte Carlo. Everybody was sitting around smoking cigars watching them play.
Kenny, I remember you talking not too long ago about like the reaction that Kings fans are going to give Davion when he has one of those defensive moments. Like I think you were talking about specifically, and we saw examples of this at the Golden One Center, and he got a great reaction. But what happens when, it's in Portland to open the season, but what happens if Davion tries to pick up Damian Lillard for full length of the court? Like, it's going to be in Portland, so the reaction from the fans there is going to be a little bit different. And also, I don't know if it's possible to pick Dame up and stay in front of him for that long, but I think Davion is certainly going to give that a shot. But I can't wait for that opportunity when the Kings do have, because it's almost like when the Kings have a solid defensive possession and force a shot clock violation, the place gets louder than when they score because it doesn't happen too often. So I'm looking forward to the buzz in the building when you see Davion start to pick up a guy up full 48 feet or whatever it is, and you're, well, it's more than 48 feet, but you lean in and you just are paying attention to see what's going to happen, if he's going to pick a pocket, or if a solid like star guard in the NBA is going to beat him. Like, I can't wait for that.
Well, the other thing about it is we all know, because it's our job to cover and to figure out, what the people want to hear. Kings fans are locked in, so they're going to be in on what it is we're looking for, if that makes any sense. There's not going to be too many people in that building that know if somebody tries to get past Davion, he stops him once, he stops him twice, they come back, the offensive player comes back to regroup to go again. They're going to, this is what let's go. Yeah. Like, they're going to be hyped for that. Everybody's going to be in on it. They know what they're looking for. And I'm with you, man. I think there's going to be, let's not get full. Somebody's hitting, going for 40, the place is going to get loud, but it's going to get pretty loud for defensive stops and really good defensive possessions, because number one, you got a guy in Davion Mitchell who makes it fun to watch defense. And number two, everybody knows that was the biggest Achilles heel for this team last season. And to see improvement in that is going to be something that's going to get people excited.
And it's not normal, right? It's just not normal here. So to see it is going to be a breath of fresh air. I hope it never gets normal. I hope it never gets like, oh, that's just what Davion does. He's just doing what he does. Nah, it's like the Kings need someone like that. And not to steer the conversation in a different direction, but I know, speaking of Davion Mitchell, that you, Kenny, have talked a lot about on social media, and D'Lo, I don't know your stance on. I know you guys have discussed it before, though. The idea of now Ben Simmons is back in the news and back in the conversation about a trade, and the idea of the Kings and Kenny, your unwillingness to give up Davion Mitchell in a trade involving Ben Simmons. And as much as I like Davion, and as much as I'm excited I don't believe a trade's going to happen. So I believe we are going to be watching Davion absolutely body guys defensively. As much as I'm excited to watch that, I'm having a hard time wrapping my mind around that idea, Kenny, of not wanting to trade a guy who has tremendous upside in Mitchell. But we're talking about trading for and acquiring a player that is all NBA defensive player. I mean, multi-time All-Star, young too. I mean, all those accolades. Does Davion ever reach those accolades in his career that Ben Simmons has accomplished, and I think can, at least defensively, continue to accomplish? That's crazy to me to think that the Kings wouldn't want to consider, or some wouldn't want to consider, giving Davion up in a Ben Simmons package.
Well, Matt, I talked about this a little bit earlier, and an all defensive team, yeah, Davion can do that. Defensive player of the year, I don't know, because he's, a smaller guy. They usually, me and Damien and I, we took a look at this, and they usually favor big guys who are getting rebounds and blocks and things of that nature for the defensive player of the year. But he can definitely be an all defensive team, that's for sure. And one of the things that came about it for me is I'm just not a fan of Ben Simmons does not play the type of basketball that I'm attracted to, so to speak. Whereas if I think about putting a team together and guys that I can go to war with, guys that I can go to a big game with, Ben Simmons doesn't fit that mold. I don't know if he's tough enough physically and mentally, consistently enough. And the other thing that came about that is I can't trust Ben Simmons. I can't trust him to show up. I can't trust that he's going to get better. Regardless of, I'm not sitting here saying Davion's going to be a 3-time All-Star and have the accolades that Ben Simmons has, but I have no doubt in my mind that I can trust that Davion Mitchell will do everything he can to get better and to show up and to reach the goals that this team has and this franchise has. I have no question in my mind. Ben Simmons, once I keep saying it, and people kind of brush it off. He says, I am what I am. People are like, well, he's only 25 and he can get better. And He told you himself, I am what I am.
But what he is pretty damn good for what the Sacramento Kings need. That's my thing. Is I understand where you're saying about Davion and his willingness to put in the work to get better and do what the team needs him to do.
Mm-hmm.
But Ben Simmons does right now, being what he is, what this team needs him to do. I guess that's my point. Is I know what I'm getting in Ben. Davion, I'd like to know that, or I'd like to believe that what I saw in the summer league and how he was able to lock up some of the top guys in summer league is what he's going to be able to do at the NBA level for this Kings team. I just think it's a crap ton to put on the shoulders of a rookie compared to someone who has had success. And offensively, I know there are woes and issues with Ben's game, D'Lo, but at the same time, it's like this Kings team, we know this Kings team can score. And that's why I thought it was interesting that Keith Pompey, when I was talking to him on Locked On Kings a number of weeks ago, when all this Ben Simmons stuff stirred up, he said he thought that the Kings were an ideal fit for Simmons because he doesn't have to be that kind of scorer that he has to be in Philadelphia, while also checking all those boxes and filling those needs for the Kings. So I'm not saying trade Davion or I want Davion out of here, but I would take Ben Simmons over Davion just for the proven commodity at this point.
I think both can be true. Being enamored with Davion Mitchell's possibility of potential and being enamored with what we think Ben Simmons is. Like you just said, well, we're acquiring Ben Simmons. We know what he is. Do we? Are we positive we know what we do? Do we know his? And I'm not, and I don't mean this in a way to make light of it at all. I'm being very genuine in this remark. Do we know his state of mind? Do we know what his state of mind? We could guess his state of mind going to the Los Angeles Lakers. We could guess his state of mind going to the Los Angeles Clippers or the Golden State Warriors. I think some of us feel like we could, in the same vein, guess his state of mind coming to the Sacramento Kings. And while Keith Pompey may feel like, and I actually agree with Keith Pompey, like he may feel like the Sacramento Kings fit perfectly. And I think a lot of people think with the right deal, Ben Simmons fits on the Sacramento Kings. Does Rich Paul feel that way? Does Ben Simmons feel that way? Because one important thing about Davion Mitchell is not just his potential on the court, but Matt, you've listened to him. You've listened to him since he's been drafted. He's a guy who, the day he puts on a Kings hat, he's talking about holding players accountable. He's talking about getting out there and being better defensively. He already knows the shortcomings of the Sacramento Kings minutes after he's drafted. He knows what he's going to be able to add here. He knows what he's going to be able to do here. So I think there's also that aspect of it. Like, I don't know if Ben is a malcontent. I have no idea, but I know I don't want that in the locker room. And I know Davion is not. So I think there's multiple different things at play. I do like Ben Simmons. Yesterday, you asked what my stance was this on. Kenny asked me the question yesterday. If Monty McNair and Daryl Morey were on the phone right now, and Morey said to Monty McNair, look, like we've got Buddy, we've got Bagley. Right now, Davion gets the deal done. We'll call it into the league right this second. I was like, no, I don't know if I do it. I sat on it for a day, and I'm not as steadfast and like, I'm just not sure that it wouldn't, like, I feel like Ben Simmons would work perfectly here. And I hope Davion Mitchell works perfectly here. Like, we've been talking about 3-guard lineups, Matt, and shoot, now you got a 3-guard lineup that has a 6'10" guy versus a 6'1" guy. You know what I mean? The dynamics, the concerns, the rebound, like some of these different things change a little bit. And I do feel like it's all for naught. I don't think he's going to be traded, but I do agree with something that you said, meaning Davion. I don't think there's any trade involving Ben Simmons and the Sacramento Kings. As fun as it has been to talk about and track Ben Simmons' season here. I do agree with something that you just said. We have put a lot of pressure on this young man, it seems like, to be the savior of the Sacramento Kings defense. Like Kenny was like, we're going to be talking about this team if they're just moderately better as the Detroit Pistons from 2004. Hell, let them get in the, and then they're 17th. Let them get the 13th. We'll be talking about them like they're the 85 Bears, for God's sakes. They'll be the defense that never dies. And we'll put it all on Davion Mitchell because he seems to be the catalyst, or we're hoping at least that he's the catalyst to change here.
What's crazy though is, and I talked to Jason Ross.
Long ass answer. My apologies.
No, it's great. Like what I talked to Jason Ross about this when we were talking about like things that we were buying and selling for next year, and I talked about the possibility of the Kings defensively taking a jump into the top 20. I mean, we're not even talking upper half of the league, pretty close to that. But like, and Jason and I both agreed, like this team probably defensively at their peak next year. Like everything goes right, this team's cap probably is like 20th or 19th. But 20th or 19th with offensively what the Sacramento Kings were able to do. What is how many wins does that result in? Because the Kings were so bad defensively and still were in that conversation. I mean, if Davion Mitchell can spur enough of a reaction from Fox and Haliburton and the rest of the team to where they buy into what Luke Walton's defensive philosophy is, if there is one, if they all buy in enough to get this team into 20th defensively, like, is that a 10-game win difference? Is that, 15 might be a little extreme. Like, it just feels like it doesn't have to be that drastic. I don't think anybody's asking for Davion to turn the Kings into a top 15, top 10, top 5 defense. It's just have a pulse defensively, because we know offensively they do enough to win basketball games if they have a pulse.
Here's the other thing about Davion and Ben and all this other stuff. There's a lot of pressure on Davion Mitchell to come in here and turn things around. Make no bones about it. Ben Simmons gets traded here. Pressure ain't going away. There's a lot of pressure on Ben Simmons to come in here and change what's going on here. And I'll ask you the question, who do you trust to handle the pressure better, Davion or Ben? My answer is Davion. I believe Davion is built to handle that. Like, I don't think he's afraid of that. I don't think he would shrink in the moment. Their team almost went undefeated in Baylor. They were expected to win a national championship. He excelled in that situation. Ben Simmons, when the expectations have been placed on him in his career, he hasn't answered the bell. I don't think he'd hold up well to that.
Yeah, I think I'm still selecting known commodity. And I hear what you were saying earlier, Tilo. Like, do we know what Ben Simmons is? That's a great question. Do we know what Ben Simmons would be attitude-wise, player-wise in Sacramento? Like, all extremely valid questions. But I've seen Ben Simmons do it before at the NBA level, and he's still young, and I believe he can do it again. Versus Davion, I hope he can, type thing. So I'm taking known over hope. If I had a choice, like if the two guys are in front of me and I have one roster spot left and I can take whoever I want, sorry, Davion, I'm taking Ben, and just because Ben in so many ways is the player that Kings fans have been asking for. Oh, we want this. We want this star. We want this leader defensively. Don't necessarily need offense, but it would be nice. Oh, here's Ben Simmons. No, not that one. Another one who checks all those boxes. So it's like, I hear both sides. I really do. I'm going to be thrilled with Davion Mitchell as part of the Sacramento Kings, though. I'll make that very clear, because like we've said, I don't think Ben Simmons is going to be a King as fun as it is to entertain. And hey, it got us through the dullest part of the offseason. So thank you, Ben, and thank you, 76ers, and thank you, Rich Paul.
Ben Simmons season, baby.
SZN. Absolutely, man. The other thing that I'll ask you about as well with this one, Matt, and Matt sees it his way, other people see it their way. I see it my way. I don't think it's going to change, or we're going to convince each other of anything different. I'll just say this. The topic was brought up yesterday about, they say, well, will Davion ever be as good as Ben Simmons is on the defensive end? There's two things with that. Number one, we just keep hearing about the defensive end. If defense is all you're really looking for, just go trade for Thibault at this point. And he's going to be $35 million less than what you're getting for Ben Simmons. The other thing about it is, if Davion, I
hate when you say that. Thibault is not as skilled as Ben Simmons. He's not.
No, but he's as skilled defensively as Ben Simmons. And that's all anybody ever talks about, is all defense.
I don't think he's as skilled defensively as Ben Simmons is. I think he's good defensively. I don't think he's as skilled as Ben Simmons is.
I think he's equal. But this will go into the second point. Davion, Thibault. If you're getting 80% of what Ben Simmons brings on the defensive end for $30 million cheaper, to me, that's a smarter move.
And I think there's a lot of executives in the league that would agree with you 100%, especially when you have one on this roster now that you don't have to give up an arm and a leg to acquire.
Right, and that's all I'm saying. I'm not even going to go blasphemous and say blasphemous to some people and say that Davion or Thibault would be exactly what you're getting with Ben Simmons defensively. I'm not going to disrespect what Ben does on the defensive end. I'm saying if they can give you 80% of what he does for $30 million less,
but maybe this team can't afford 80% of what he does. Maybe they need 100% of what he does. Maybe that's part of the problem with the team.
I don't think they need 100%. The other thing about it is they were like, well, Ben Simmons comes to Sacramento, you're going to the playoffs. I may be alone. I expect them to be in the postseason playing scenario as is.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like, well, you didn't get him, you're not good enough. I disagree. I think this team is good enough to get. I'd be Davion, Haliburton, Fox, all these guys. I'd be disappointed if with this group they weren't in that postseason play at the end of the season. They would have been a failure of a season to me.
Yeah, I mean, if you're acquiring Ben Simmons and you still have De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Haliburton on this roster, I don't feel like I'm asking for too much to say that this team isn't in the plan, that this team is in the playoffs as in a top 6 seed. Now, I'm okay with that seed being 6. I don't necessarily need it for it to be 5 and up because we're talking about a really significant jump. But I mean, Ben Simmons has been there before for the amount you're paying him, for the kind of star that he is, for what you have to give up to acquire him. You're acquiring him with the basically guarantee that you're a playoff team. And I mean, even if you're a 7th or 8th seed and you host a play-in, okay, that's fun. That's fine, I guess, but that's not good enough to me. Like I would expect top 6 seed. And to your point, I don't know if he gives you that right away. I don't. I mean, you have time to gel.
And for the record, 6 is a significant jump.
Huge jump. But that's like, I think those are the type of expectations you would have in a move like that, acquiring a guy like Ben Simmons. And I will say too, I want to see the look on Davion Mitchell's face when Luke Walton asks him to just guard for 2 dribbles.
Oh my God.
Okay, done. Easy.
If Davion was, what's Davion? 6'1"?
6'1".
I love how people are like, he's 6 feet with shoes on. When is he going to play basketball without shoes? Why does it matter that he's 5?
And that's with Jordans. That ain't even with Nikes. That's with Jordans. If Davion was 6'9", how much higher do you think he would have been drafted?
Top 3 pick.
When I was watching him at the California Classic, or even through Summer League, that's something that just kept like sitting in my head. He was being raved about. He obviously wins the Summer League MVP. Like, wow, he fell to the Kings. Like, I know he was a guy we talked about a lot. He was on the national stage. This is really about him being 6'1".
And maybe the age a little bit. Maybe the age a little bit, but mostly height.
If he was there'd be no there. I think there'd be an emphatic no, and maybe there already is, for the record, but there'd be an emphatic no about a Ben Simmons, Davion Mitchell involved trade if Davion Mitchell was 6. That's part of the reason that opens the door, because you look at some of the what like we were talking about earlier, the concerns with the 3-guard lineup. Some of those are alleviated if the 3rd guard is 6'10". versus 6'1", or even in Buddy's case, 6'4".
Wow.
And I've stopped the program there with that thought. Matt, we got to let you rock, man. I know you got things to do. We appreciate you jumping on with us last minute. We're really thrilled that you didn't die. That was a big relief for all of us. It was definitely a close call. But we're thankful that you pushed through and you didn't die here on the program, man. That's good.
I just get emotional every time I have the opportunity to speak to the two of you and talk Kings basketball with you. And D-Lo, we didn't even get to talk about Iman Shumpert, because I heard what you were saying at the top of the show too about how meaningful Iman was to that team. And I've always been a little hesitant with how much credit I gave Iman Shumpert and how good the Sacramento Kings team was if Iman was that important. But hey, man, he killed it on Dancing with the Stars, which was fun to see. So I'm enjoying Shump.
So we're going with Iman versus Aman?
It's Aman, man.
It's sorry, Aman. Sure.
You kept repeating. I was like, is Matt trying to make a point here with this? Is this like when the WWF changed to WWE and they just kept saying it over and over and over again to drive home the point? I feel like that's what Matt was just doing. He was like, you've been wrong all this time. His name is Iman Shumpert, not Aman Shumpert. And I think that was Matt's quiet way of calling me an idiot.
No, I don't know if I've ever called him Aman, period. And I don't know if I've ever asked or thought about it.
Okay.
Like, I've always read it as Iman in my head. And I think I've always said, I probably said it to his face. I'm amazed he didn't correct me. Iman. Yeah, that does sound stupid, doesn't it?
It doesn't sound stupid. I just don't think that. I think it's Iman Shumpert.
Yeah, Iman. All right.
And he the most beloved king of all time. Pound for pound, as my partner would say.
Pound
for pound.
Yikes.
Ratio-wise, the most beloved of all time. Again, Matt, we appreciate you, man. Thanks for jumping on with us last minute. Thanks for not dying. And we'll connect again, man. We're going to start doing this weekly. Thanks, buddy.
You guys are the best. Can't wait.
Take care.
Locked On Kings podcast. There's a new series available for you to check out covering the Sacramento Kings and the Utah Jazz playoff series in 1999. Matt does a great job with the storytelling podcast. You heard him mention that Gary Gerald is a part of it as well. So go check out that stuff that Matt George did on the Locked On Kings podcast. Again, Locked On Kings is available on the Odyssey app, as not only can you listen to D'Lo and Casey live there on the Odyssey app, not only can you get great music stations there on the Odyssey app, but you can get podcasts as well. In addition to D'Lo and KC, Locked On Kings, Deuce and Mo. You can even find archived episodes of the J Street Vibes podcast. You could relive the memories that was J Street Vibes.
J Street Vibes is returning.
Okay. So is Detox.
No, it's returning.
Okay.
It's coming in a different form, though. Technically, for being honest. Yeah, we just add a third member.
Really? There's a third member to the wow. A third member.
Yeah, but whose side is he on?
Okay.
Basically adding a third member here.
We're not going to reveal this third member yet.
You tell me, Jalen Ramsey. You tell me.
I have no idea who the third man is. I have no idea. I'm not Bobby the Brain Heenan. I didn't know.
We'll hold tight.
Wow. Of course, I don't believe you. The J Street Vibes podcast. You've been saying that forever.
No,
J Street
Vibes podcast is, you of all people should know, the J Street Vibes podcast is essentially back.
How on earth would I know that? How me? You say me of all people should know. Okay. All right. I will be judged. You will be judged by your actions and not your words.
I'll just say this, Davion. You just mentioned the Odyssey app. Whenever we have an interview, what do we do?
We post it there on the Odyssey app.
We separate that thing.
I still don't get what's happening, but you built it's a tease.
Yeah.
You got a hell of a tease there. Now I'm thinking about it. I don't know what to do with all this. There's a lot happening in my head, and I made the mistake of opening the chat, and God,
wow,
bless it.
The chat. Blame Stephen Brown. He was the one who started all this.
I don't even know where it started. I just know the people who take part in this, and y'all are degenerates.
Stephen Brown started all this.
Y'all are something, man. Y'all are something. We appreciate you for being with us. Appreciate Matt for being with us. I told you I dropped the ball. I thought James Ham was with us today. James Ham called me this morning. I think a tweet went out. James was like, still in Maui. I'm working on my tan, and it's our last day here. I was like, oh man, that's good. He's like, I can come on tomorrow. Hey, don't worry about it. Maybe we'll do something Friday. Of course, we got a big Friday coming up, as we got E40 set to join us. It's a E40 Niner Friday. Kyle Madsen will be with us. Quentin Mayo will be with us. And then, of course, E40 coming up at 3:20. All outward appearances. E40 is going to join us on the live stream here, just as Ricky Rose and Brett Barish did. And we'll talk to E40 about hip hop. We'll talk to E40 about wine, about being an entrepreneur. We'll talk to E40 about Bay Area music. And we'll talk to E40 about the San Francisco 49ers and the Green Bay Packers coming up this week. So again, that'll be, of course, you'll be able to hear it on the radio. You'll be able to hear it on Odyssey, but you could watch along on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Again, that's E40 coming up to join us. Oh, and I just got a note that Brian Baldinger is going to join us on Friday.
Let's go.
So, man, 49er Friday is lit. Baldy, Quentin Mayo, Kyle Madsen, E40, all set to join us coming up on Friday.
Oh.
Unfortunately, today's Wednesday. So we've got some work to do for Thursday's show. As many of you know.
So we're working on some things.
Deuce and Mo are on vacation, so our regular chat with them is gone. And again, we got a really good show Friday.
Hang in there tomorrow. That's what we're asking you to do. Hang in there. One more
It's
day.
hanging there Thursday. It's hanging there Thursday with D'Lo and KC. Oh, we'll get to work. I'll make sure Kenny looks at the rundown right before the show starts as
during
well.
the show.
We'll make sure Kenny. That's facts.
I gotta watch it during the show.
That's facts. Sometimes you got to keep your eyes open, boy. We be moving. Hit the thumbs up.
Let's go.
Let's get it done. And are we still rooting for the Cubs? Is that series over?
Yeah, we're working for the Rockies now.
Oh, we're on the Rockies. Okay. All right. Let's go Rockies. Let's
Rocky up. Is that what they say?
I
Rocky
have
up.
no idea. I know we say thanks for joining us. Make sure you're with us tomorrow at noon here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla.
I knew when Danny texted that, I was like, I thought he said tomorrow, like today or Friday. All right, cool. We got him Thursday. We got him. So he's Friday at 12:30. At 12:30. And Baldinger.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Yeah, let's do that.
Let's do that. Y'all are funny, man. I clicked on it once, and the first thing I saw was because I saw the number going up. I was like, man, what's going on in here? And of course, I click on the chat, and the first thing I see is D'Lo's going to end the stream at 3:55. I'm like,
yeah.
Oh yeah. All right.
Should I say what started it?
Please.
Stephen Brown.
Yep.
Says it looks like Matt has that something about Mary hairstyle going with his bangs.
Oh dear. Oh. Yeah. Well, there you have it. There you have it.
Something about Mary, and very hyped up movie that was actually it was cool.
Really, I watched it once and never.
I think
it wasn't bad. I don't think
twice.
I think I watched it once and it was like, all right. It was.
Yeah. It was cool. It was okay. My movie is Super Bad. I laugh
Superbad's
all
funny.
the time at Super Bad.
Yeah, Superbad's funny. The birth of McLovin.
I laugh constantly.
Yeah, that's good stuff. I dig that. I don't like. I mean that. I'm trying to think of other movies that crew did. I didn't like Pineapple Express. I thought that was dumb. Knocked Up was okay.
Knocked Up was cool. That was cool. It wasn't super funny, but it was cool.
Yeah, Knocked Up made me laugh.
I like the story.
Oh dear, I think he's back under a new name. I actually don't know if that's him or not. I think it is. I mean, I know they got a channel, but I know he's Matt George Radio too.
Yeah, Matt George. I think Matt George would have came under Matt George Radio.
Yeah, I think so. Oh man, y'all hit the thumbs up, please. King's starting lineup. My vote is for De'Aaron, Tyrese, Harrison, Rashawn, and Marvin.
I'm gonna say De'Aaron, Tyrese, Harrison, Rashawn, and Marvin.
There it is.
That's what it should be.
There he is. There he is. Got that hair gel in there. That's all right.
That's what it should be. We have
that was a terrible movie. Just awful.
What movie?
Ready to Rumble was awful.
What was that?
That was the wrestling movie with David Arquette. Like Goldberg was in it. Diamond Dallas Page. It was awful. I mean, just hot garbage.
Sounds terrible.
No, it's not, Jesse. It's not an awful good movie. It's just awful. It's bad. Bad.
I didn't even see it. Sounds terrible though when you say David Arquette. Earlier today I said
right on, man. Appreciate you. Chi-Town. What up, baby? Appreciate you. That's a good look. We got you.
Up in here,
yeah,
man.
we got you. Hey, Chi-Town, you got some fans in here, or you got a crew in here. John Bull,
Manny in the house.
Serial Connection. I think he's got so many names. I don't know which one he's in here today. I think it was Serial Connection. But yeah, Manny and John, they're Chicago. Manny's a Chicago guy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think John is a Chicago guy. I just think he's a Bears fan, right?
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Right on, man. We appreciate it. Good stuff. Oh dear.
Oh man.
Oh dear.
Yeah. You'll get jumped. Fans. You'll get jumped.
Yeah. That's your initiation. Yeah, Tommy Davidson with yo, what? My initiation.
Every time I think about Tommy Davidson, it's I can't seem to find my extra bam.
Funky Finger Productions. Now ignore this housekeeping number right here and just look at me. That's me right there. Let it ring 3 times, hang up, then call back. Right on, NBA Rig. Appreciate you, baby. Appreciate you.
That reminds me, there was a young lady I used to date in like early high school, like I was a freshman or a sophomore. And I used to call her house. Her dad didn't allow guys to call the house. Mm-hmm. So every time I call, she got to the phone, she knew, it was all good. Mm-hmm. But her dad would answer. And every time I heard her dad, it'd be like, oh, yeah, hello. I was trying to reach David. They know David that lives here. Oh, okay, my bad. And hang up. And I do that like every day. And he would pick up the phone. And a couple of times he'd be like, God damn it. There's no David here. Stop calling my phone. I was like, oh, sorry, brother. So then the next day I'd be like, yeah, can I talk to Robert? They know Robert that live here. It happened all the time.
Man.
And that was almost her signal to call me when she would hear her dad.
Mm-hmm.
I called.
Yeah, you must have really liked that girl, boy, because that's like, look, there's got to be an easier system for this. Appreciate you, Alex. We've got to work out some sort of different system. Get a click every time, dude. That's Josue, that's real talk. Different times, bro.
Oh yeah,
different times.
That was the only way I could communicate. There wasn't no DMs, wasn't no text messages. It was the house phone that I had to call. And I was
new segment on the show,
right? And I was lucky because I had my own line.
Oh wow!
Which really
big time.
Which really was the fax machine.
Mm.
That was my own line. So 428, I want to say 0789 was the number. 428-0789.
The worst would be when you're on your phone, when you're on the phone talking and someone pick up the other phone. That was the worst. That is the absolute worst. Like, and they say, oh, sorry, honey, let me know when you're done. Like, nah. Like, moms, man, come on, man. Because you used to talk different too. See, you're laughing because it's true. You used to, instead of talking like this, like, hey girl, what's going on? Hey, nah, man, I'm just sitting here. I'm just chilling. And you have music playing in the background, like Guy would be playing in the background, just slightly faint, so she knew that you was listening to some love record.
Right.
That's what I did, at least.
So if I was over there and Genuine Pony came on, tell me what we would do. Mm-hmm. Yeah, wait, mom, no, chill. I'm gonna have to call you back. You don't know nothing about this.
Oh, you don't know them struggles, boy.
It was rough.
Them struggles are times, man. Real.
Best times. Yeah, man.
Man, it's a cold world.
That's crazy.
There you go.
That's crazy. The only way I could talk to this girl, this was 98, 99. The only way is I got to call her house phone. That was it. There was no other way I could communicate with her, not on the internet, no other way.
Yo, hang on. And you wait for that click to come back. Or if you had the phone that had the mute button, and they'd pick up and then try to hit the mute button as quick as possible, but then you caught what that sound like, it'd be like, Mom, stop playing. Like, hang up, stop playing. Like, I know you holding the mute button down, man. Knock it off.
Man, it was serious. It was serious, man. It was not a game. You just don't know, Jesse. You don't know it's stressful, boy.
I said I got it. Like, yo, and
luckily for me, I grew up only child. I didn't have to deal with siblings or nothing like that. Playing jokes on the phone and embarrassing. It was all me. And like I said, I have my own line. So after a while, they didn't have to call 391-1456. They could call 428-0789. I think that was the number.
You ever try to get a number that spelled something like 421 love or?
No, I didn't.
Oh man. Shoot, I might have done that at K. I remember my first program director, the last 4 digits of his number were 1025. And I thought that was I was like, how did he do that? Huh? His cell phone number, like he was our program director. It was 1025. Like, man, I want to do something dope like that. Get my name and my phone number.
456 D-Lo.
4561 D-Lo. You know what it is. D-Lo at KSFM was a problem.
I could imagine. Man had the keys to the city.
It's a problem.
I could imagine. I mean, can we do you feel comfortable discussing a little bit? Because I think I was gone for this era. I don't know much about who Roddy. I know who he is. I know who he is. I'm familiar with Roddy in the comments.
Oh. Yeah.
Did he come from there? Was he at 102?
No. So yes and no. He didn't. So what happened was he worked at I think he worked at a number of stations. Like I think there was I think there used to be like a 80s station here. And he worked there. And I know he got to 1025 at some point, but I don't know when he got there. I think I was gone when he got there. And I may have been doing nights, afternoons or something. But my Byron was still he took over KHDK and he was still overseeing KSFM. He wanted a shot at doing sports talk, and and Byron thought like he had him do some tryouts and he thought he was good. So he paired him with your man who's over there now. And I didn't know this till later, but your man over there now openly like tanked the show. Like he tried to get the show. So he knew then, like he knows now, he's untouchable.
Yeah.
He's untouchable. So no, regardless, like he's untouchable. So he knew that then too. So he tanked the show. And eventually his people went against him. And then I think it was compounded by the guy who worked before him was Don Geronimo. And Byron did not like Don at all. Those are two big personalities.
Don is a Sacramento guy who got a national show.
No,
national.
Don is a national guy who left and he came to Sacramento.
Wow.
Yeah,
never liked his show.
I
listened to it. I thought it was not good.
I always was amused by the original incarnation of Don. I think it was called Don and Mike. And then, but when he did like his own show, that was just not for me. Like when he did his show over there, that wasn't for me. Like that just wasn't it. And Byron wanted like a sports station back. He wanted to fire your boy. And the dopey guy in charge, who's still in charge, was like, nope, can't do it. So Byron eventually, they eventually did whatever. That's ultimately, Byron was like, fuck it, I quit. I'm not doing this. And
so
he left.
And like I said, I wasn't around, so I don't know, but I vaguely remember hearing the show, seeing pictures. It seems like Keith had a lot of how do I put this? He's like I just remember him as like a Vanilla Ice type guy.
He looks exactly like Vanilla Ice.
And I can just imagine that not working in the mornings.
Well, it's not just that. Oh, you're talking about the way he talked.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's that he's also like he tries to rep like Boston sports. Like I don't think he got a feel for what he was supposed to do here. And I also like, I don't like the other dude. Like I don't like his show. I don't like I would never listen to anything he's on. But I also think Keith was killed by the Don Geronimo stuff. Like those people went at him pretty hard. And I had talked to him, like, I don't vibe with him. Him and I we're not. We've been in the same room with each other. We don't speak to each other. Yeah. We're just not those people.
Yeah.
But there was a time where, when KSFM, when I was doing the Lowdown KSFM, we were still kind of under the same umbrella. We'd be at events and I'd hear, stories about his time over there and how it all went for him. And he was dead man walking from the start. Like literally nothing, like and he couldn't kick his way out of it. Like he couldn't get on the good grace of anything. And he just fed into all of it. Like he would get defensive about it, upset about it. And they ate his ass alive.
Geronimo. Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah. I was like, that's not it. I remember when
he's a DC guy. I mean, again, I thought Don and Mike it was a cool show. It was a show for like men. Like it wasn't a sports show, but it wasn't quite Howard Stern. I always found it interesting. Then is like, and I mean, I know there are people who could speak to this better. Like his wife died. And I remember that. Like I remember like his wife died in a car accident. And understandably, by the way, I don't think he was ever the same after that. And then like I think he quit, like he left radio shortly thereafter, only to come back. And then once he came back, he got, he was brought here to run KHDK, which was weird given the types of shows that he had done before.
Right.
And the parallels between the organization and that station are pretty stunning.
That's crazy.
Like when you look at mismanagement, who's in charge, those types of things, they run like this. They're right next to each other.
Jeez. That's crazy. As my grandmother would say, not my cup of tea.
Yeah. Good luck, coach. We'll see you.
Well, look, it's good luck, coach, for sure. Good luck, Coach Molly. But we're having this discussion, and all of a sudden in the comments, I love cheesecake.
Hey, there you go, coach. That's what's up. That's what's up.
It always trips me out when like comments, because some people pause and are watching later, but the comments come up live to whatever they're watching. So she's probably back when we were talking about cheesecake, cheesesteak, and we're having this discussion, and that comes in. Wow.
So Roddy's jarring my memory here. I'll see this. And I don't even know that old homeboy knows this. That was around the time when he wasn't over there. That was around the same time that Byron was asking me about, have you ever thought about doing sports talk? And I still lived in Connecticut at the time. I was like, well, I'm, moving back. Like if there's an opportunity, like let's do it. I'd like to try it. And I've always wanted to try it. And he asked me, he was like, you think I should hire? We were at the Caesar, well, you weren't here. they had a rally at Cesar Chavez Park after the Seattle stuff and all that.
Yeah.
And homeboy wasn't over there yet.
Mm.
And Byron was like, "Do you think I should hire him?" I was like, I don't know how good he is, but he's a part of this.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if the iron's hot and you're trying to rebuild that station, it's like now would be the only time to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think he was like asking me, like, I think he needed confirmation because he just wasn't sure.
Right.
I guarantee you he regretted it. And he'll even old boy will tell you this. He regretted it the day he did it. Those were just, again, you talk about sports media is weird.
Mm.
Like it's like everybody has, like Jason's the one like lone guy who doesn't have this like massive ego and personality. Right. When you got program directors, general managers, hosts that have these massive egos, it's it creates what you see over there, you know. And like Kenny's drop says, boy, if y'all knew. If y'all knew.
Yeah. That ain't none of our concern over here, though.
We good here, baby. We good here.
Doing what we do, man. So I'll say it because we're not. No, I won't say it on there. I'll just tell you off the air.
Okay.
We can't even say nothing to the people sometimes, man, because things just be getting snatched up.
Get a little hot. Okay.
Getting snatched up. I don't want this snatched up.
All right. Let's not snatch anything. We've been on here for a while anyways. Let's let y'all rock. We still 100 strong in here. Shout out Twitch. Y'all came through hard today. YouTube, hit the thumbs up. You know the drill. That's solid. That's pretty solid right there, Bryce. I appreciate that. Thank you, my brother. Watch Dynamite tonight. Watch AEW tonight. I think it's going to be fantastic.
On tonight is he?
He's doing an interview, but it's Brian and Kenny Omega in New York. So it's going to be legit. New York
is going to be in the building.
Yeah, it's going to be hot.
It's going to be in the building.
Love y'all, man. We'll see you tomorrow. I don't know what we're doing.